Ooh, stream element is alive. Hey, Raffle Boy. I think this is just testing also. What are you up to? I probably should have made a backup of this, but yeah. Yeah, I don't really know. Right now I'm rolling Debian stable onto testing, so seems to be working. Oh, nope. Let's try it again. What? Main source is configured multiple times. No, it's not. What are you bitching about? What if we do this? Oh, shit. No. Target saw. Oh. Is it because we can't do this? Nope, that didn't work. So bullseye update to get update point. Oh. Okay, so I see the problem. Testing don't have its own update repository because everything is updated rollingly. Hey, Tarsi. Yeah, I see that. I see that. Oh crap. Wrong button. Now it should work. Yeah. Let me just test it to make sure online that I'm not fucking things up. Let's just look at the some random source list. Do have the security. Oh, I forgot to unplug the security source list. I don't want experimental. We don't need backports. We could do the multimedia. But it's in a virtual machine, so that's not really... Oh yeah, this is kinda fun. I used to use this back in the day. We don't need backports, update security, non-free contrib. We can do the adapted theme, the atom, the audacity. We can do Debian multimedia. That, don't really need that. Don't need that, don't need that. Maybe the Google web browser. Hey, Raffle. Yeah, WSL Linux is great. Google Earth, Linus, MooCommand, Nextcloud, OpenShot, Opera could be a good thing. Oh, the Pantheon desktop. I want... Oh, oh, these are all broken repos. What? Or is this... Oh, okay. I can click here if it's a broken repo. Gotcha. I kind of want to see where they track in Pantheon from. Signal, Skype, Spotify could be interesting. Steam? That should already be in the repository though, but let's just try it anyway. Ubuntu Zilla, Vagrant, Virtual Studio Code, Vivaldi. Let's see how this source list looks like. Raffles, this is not my first time doing this, okay? I've been doing this for over 20 years. I'm just doing this to see what's going on. How they do their source list. So they do have a testing updates. Really? Debian testing. I never done this full upgrade one. Yeah, Fedora 33, 70, 37, I can't fucking think. Raffles, do you need to clean your ears? I know I have it on comment. Oh, yeah, on comment, but I'm not done with editing the security. I'm not done editing the app list yet. So just calm your horses, Mr. Know-It-All. Best practices for Debian testing SID users. Considerations. What are they saying about Absol? Oh, that's the one I'm looking at. Fuck me. I never run experimental. I never could get to liking Fedora. I do like Fedora. I actually like Fedora a lot. For what it is, it's actually a good distribution. Hey, Vels. Wait, I think this says that unstable is not a distribution either. Yeah, a rolling development. And then we have experimental. You're still using Farin OS. I should do SID one day. Just for the funsies. But as they said here, well, if you care about security that much, it's not really that big of a problem. But anyway, SID exclusively gives security updates through its package maintainer. So you're basically putting the security aspect into other people's hands a little bit, a la what you're doing under Arch Linux. Anyway, let's see what these package generators are doing here. Oh, that's not the package generator. This is one. Hey, Baba. Well, he hasn't updated Farin OS as far as I know for like a long time. What are we looking at here? Okay, so... well, this is keys we need to import. So what are they doing here? So they do have a testing updates though. But that makes no sense. I do want to, here's how they track Google Chrome. But I will just download the deb file and then use that instead. Oh, Pantheon, that's the one I'm looking for here. Ah, you know what? Let's try and install the Pantheon desktop. There you go. I have had problems with Virtual Studio Code libraries before. So do I need to import yeah, here it is. But Ubuntu.com, it should ask us for the key automatically though. Okay, let's try this one here. Mirrors, we want, let's just do Denmark. We want testing. We want 32 bits. We don't need security. Well, let's just generate. Okay, so we need the update. That's the one So let's do this the correct way, or else people will yell at me. So let's do it like that. Is it update or updates? You should not be needing this, but let's see what happens when I do it anyway. Let's just test it out. Go up here. Let's do a test. It was states, right? Yeah. So if you're using this one here, will that actually work, or will it give you a problem? Oh my god, my movements is all over the place here. So let's test this out. Yes, let's do it again. It basically gives us the same result as before. Hey Spin, a minor update a month ago. I'm thinking about hopping to Fedora from Manjaro, not for a need, but will be fun to belong to the Fedora club. Honestly, nobody gives a fuck what you're using. Yeah, so this is not doing anything. So I don't know why they have it in it. Anyway, let's see if there's anything else there we need to do. Well, I need to save this one here, because I want to see how, if we can actually install the Pantheon desktop here. So save as pat. I think it should be saving it in... Oh my god. Oh, I was doing some LibreOffice shit here, that's right. There it is, it's installed. Oh, I already have Chrome installed. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. No, this is Debian stable with the KDE installed. Oh, this is just plain old Debian. Oh, RBM, you'll learn it really quickly. So we're getting a shit ton of updates here. I don't know what they are using on stable. Yeah, 5.20.5. And we should get the latest version of Kubuntu by using yeah, stable is 5.20. I do like me some Debian, it's amazing, man. And a lot of fonts. OpenSUSE or Fedora, oh, well. It kind of depends. It kind of depends. Because they are so... It comes down to if you like... yeah, I'm installing in a VM. It kind of depends. If you like YAST and the YAST tool and the OpenSUSE ecosystem, you go with OpenSUSE. If you want to do more things manually, you go with Fedora. That's kind of the only reasons. Like, they are so similar that the only reason why you would choose OpenSUSE over Fedora is that you like the ecosystem. You know, you like the YAST tool, the open build system and stuff like that. And you just like the project better than Fedora because they are as stable, they are as good. Well, Tumbleweed is a true rolling release. Fedora is a static release. So if you want rolling, you go with the... I always install... so I have always installed stable first and then gone to testing. Because I like to understand how... or not understand, but... I like to experience that upgrade to see if it still works, basically. I could just download the testing ISO, but I like doing it this way to make sure that... And also to keep up to date with how it is going from testing to... from stable to testing, basically. So it's basically just me, you know, go through all of this here, you know, making sure that I know how to do it and how the experience is. So when I'm talking to people that are doing this, I can, you know, understand what, you know, what's going on. The only thing I don't like in Fedora is heavier than Mandar. It's not that heavy, more heavy than... I actually think it's the same. Tried, yes, but a bit confused about it. It's just a control center. It's not nothing to be confused. I don't know about the GNOME version. I'm not that big into GNOME. I'm kinda... gone a little bit on the back end with GNOME. I'm testing something out also with a tablet here. So I'm trying. I'm trying to see how it is to have the chat. Have the chat only on a tablet. See if I can do that. So what if I turn it around here? Oh, you can't even do that. Oh, you can. There you go. Cool. Okay, so you can do that. Oh, yeah, like I said, I'm just testing out having you guys on a tablet. So what if I want to type to you guys? Awesome. So where the fuck do I want? Now I need a tablet holder. Hey, Cheese. Now I need to buy a tablet holder. Where do I want the tablet holder? That's the next question. Yeah, so right now, I have two screens, and on the second screen I have, monitor software and streaming software and stuff like that up, and you guys are like a really small part of the second screen. But I also have a tablet that I don't use as much. So my idea is that I could use the tablet, it's like an 8-inch, I think, tablet, as a, to have the chat on, the chat window on. It's just where do I want it to be now? Because it can't be too far away because, the text is not massively big. But maybe I just need another holder. Like one of those desk stands you can put your tablet on. And then I could have it here behind my phone stand. Yeah, that's what I will do. I will just buy one of those mobile tablet stands and then have it there. Instead, because I have an arm, but it will get too far away. Because I don't think you can... no, you can't, make the text bigger. Also, I don't like that I can see how many people are watching me, because that's stressful as fuck. So, yeah, I'm just, like I said, I'm just testing some stuff out, so I could do something like this. You guys can't see what I'm doing, of course. I was about to drop my tablet on the floor. So I could have that here, and... Yeah, I need to spend money again. I need to spend money again, apparently. Oh wait, what if I do it in portrait mode? What happens there? No, I can't make it bigger. Yeah, anyway, I was just, yeah, I need to buy a tablet. I need to write that down so I don't forget it. So give me a sec. Need to put that onto my wish list of things I need to spend money on that I don't really need. Tablet stand. There you go. Okay, what are you guys up to here? We need an equivalent of MX snapshot tools for other Debian Ubuntu distros. I think you can just download a program to do that. Hey AJ, live shopping on Amazon. No, I'm not going on to Amazon and stuff like that. Can't you just install this MX tool on Debian? You should be able to do so, yeah. Peppermint OS was the most snappiest Debian based I ever used. DJ Ware showed benchmark test at the end of his videos, and stands out is that Peppermint is among the quickest. It could just be the services that they have in the back end. And again, don't take benchmarks too seriously, because it's just a number. You don't know. So let's say you score on 95 on Debian or Peppermint, and Debian stable or Debian testing gets a 90. But what does that mean? You don't know what that means. Oh, here's the thing. I can't shop on Amazon because we don't have Amazon in Denmark. If I have to shop on Amazon, I need to use the German one, and then you have to put extra expensive on shipping and stuff like that. So I use Danish shopping sites instead. Local shopping sites that are way cheaper. Just because they are not, maybe not be cheaper in the item price, but they are cheaper in the delivery cost. Because if I use the German site, it normally comes from somewhere in Europe or Germany, so they are extra expensive because they have to pay, transportation from Spain, France, Germany, then up to the Danish border, and then they have to then use a Danish transportation a lot of times from the border then to my house. So you get like a 10-15% increase in transportation a lot of times. Did Sweden get their Amazon yet? I don't think they have, do they? If they have in Sweden, I can just use the Swedish site. I didn't know that they had in Sweden. But yeah, like I said, the benchmarks on benchmarks really don't mean that much. We have Amazon Denmark. What are they saying about that? Yeah, they recommend us using the DE site. Yeah, shop from the German site. Yeah. But why is there no Amazon? Oh, there is. Ah, for fuck's sake, give me English. There you go. I don't want it translated. Ah, then I can just get it from over here. No, they do their own. Well, some of the software is the same with everyone, but they also, they also do some of their own stuff. So do they ship to Denmark? They must do. So let's just pretend that I'm going to buy something here. I need to learn how to fucking knit. Yeah, I need to knit. See all buyers. Deliver to Denmark. See all buyers options. This item cannot be shipped to your location. Delivery location. Please choose a different... Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, this is the problem that we get a lot of times. So let's try something else. Let's try computers. Let's do Cursor or Crucial RAM stick or SSD stick. Let's do this one here. Yep, this item can't be shipped to your delivery location. Okay, let's try something else then. Let's try electronics. Let's try cables. Let's do this one here. Yep, can't be shipped to your location. Oh, the jeans are cheap. Oh. Big Mama. Yeah, Big Mama. Yeah, so... Well, is Sweden not in the EU? Oh. I should use this. Is Sweden in the EU? It is in the EU. Oh, when Sweden didn't have Amazon, we had free shipping anywhere. Oh. Yeah, I don't think they will cheese. So why the fuck is Sweden not delivering to Denmark? What else can we try? Books. For fuck's sake, that should not be a problem. Oh, that's also a problem. Maybe it's because Amazon don't want the Swedish side to go in and take over sales from the German one. Oh, not DK. So DE automatically refers to, yeah. So if I go in here and I do gifts for tech fans, and we do, well, I need a tablet holder. Let's see if we can do that. Tablet stand. I kind of like this. It's too fancy for me, but let's look at that one. Oh, this one looks nice. You can actually compact it when you're not using it. Something like this would not be bad. But here's the thing: they cost us. I can buy them locally for the same price or cheaper. So this here I can get in Denmark. What is the delivery cost? What is the delivery cost? What is the delivery cost? I should try and buy from Amazon DE one. Just buy some random shit. Yeah, I don't get it, Rafa. I don't get it. Oh, here it is. You have free delivery if I spend over 40 euros. What if I add it to a basket? What happens if I proceed to check out? Oh fuck, I need to log in to see my basket apparently. Oh, this is free shipping. Oh, well. No, they're Benjamin. We have a bridge that connects Denmark to Sweden, so they are like we are directly connected with Sweden. On my country's banned, but they won't ban. Yeah, that's fucking crazy cheese. I should try the. Oh, we can actually reboot the PC. This one here actually looks really nice, though. You know, you can compact it when it's done. It's actually the tablet I have that they are using as a model here. India. Ah. If you're driving a truck, it's used. Like bridges are used for logistics just as much as ferries. It's cheaper to put it on a truck and drive it over the bridge than putting it on a ferry. I actually think I'm getting this one here because I like that I can just, compact it or or fold it and then put it into a put it away. So when I'm not using it, this here is actually really fucking sexy. I kind of like this one here. And I think we can also just fold this one. Yeah, you can fold that. I actually really like this one here. I'm bookmarking this one. I think I will try that. I think I will try and buy an item on the store from Germany. Because Amazon has a lot of fucking shit we can't get in Denmark. Like a lot of shit. What is the delivery time though? Oh, that's fucking long. Oh, well, yeah, that's actually really, really long delivery time. If you spend... Yeah, then I have to pay delivery also. I do have an account. I just can't fucking remember how to log into it. I can't remember the login password. Because I have Amazon Prime Video. Or had back in the day. When I was watching the Grand Tour and stuff like that. So I can get the same stand in Denmark for the same price and get it the next day. So this is what I talked about. This is the problem with ordering from outside of Denmark, is that you put like 1 or 2 extra delivery days on it. Where if I buy within the Danish border, I get it the next day. So if I order before 4 p.m., I have it the next day. Yeah, they get it from Hamburg. Yeah, but again, like I said, I can get this for the almost, if not the same price in Denmark, and get it the next day. Where here I have to wait, well, 3 or 4 days. And that's kind of the problem. Why, that's why I mostly buy local stuff. Even if it costs a little bit more, is that I get it the next day. No, not city shops, but we have local stores online in Denmark. So we have something like Pro Shop, Computer something. I can't remember what the fuck. Computer Mall. We have Vita XL. We have a lot of Scandinavian stores that have it locally. And if I buy in those, I can get it for maybe 1 or 2, not even €1 more, but let's say like under 1% extra I have to pay for it, but I get it the next day. Yeah, CDON, CDON has crazy long fucking delivery times. I used to buy a lot of music gear from Germany, and it always took me like a week to get it here. I live only 100k south from Hamburg, and I get it everything the next day. Yeah, so here, the problem is that in EU, it still has to go through the authorities when you go over, not state lines, but country lines. So if you export outside of Germany, you have to do it, you can be caught up in toll booths, and there's, you have to stop at the border to be inspected and all that fucking shit. They can't just willy-nilly drive over. And that's why you sometimes, or most of the time, have extra delivery time, is that they fill up a truck, and then that truck has to be inspected, and that takes time. Where here, like I said, if I buy from a Danish store, if I buy before 4 p.m., I have it the next day. Around midday the next day, I can pick it up at a local drop-off place. It's really, really rare, but sometimes you may not have it the next day, but then the day after. That is still faster than having to wait 4 days from getting it from Germany. But I may do it anyway. So here's the thing. Like I said, there is a lot of stuff we can get on the German Amazon store that we can't get in Denmark, like a lot of tech stuff and stuff like that. So I may do it just to see what the experience is. Because I don't mind waiting 4 days if it's like massively cheap. Like you guys know, sometimes Amazon has like amazing fucking discounted stuff on there. Sale periods and stuff like that where things almost cost half the price as they do normally. And then I don't mind waiting 4 days to get my stuff. Where my problem is like, okay, I pay the same price in Denmark, but I have to wait 4 days. That's kind of where I'm like, well, then it's not worth it, basically. But if it's like 50% cheaper than in Denmark, or 25 or 20% cheaper than in Denmark, then I don't mind waiting, extra days. Like I said, the music instruments and stuff I used to buy in Germany, it was like 15 to 20% cheaper buying it for Torman. Then still everything I have audio-wise, I bought in Germany, because it's between 10 to 15% cheaper to buy microphones, mic stands, mixers and stuff like that. But it takes me like a week to get to Denmark, but I don't care if it's cheaper. It's just if it's the same price and the delivery time is longer, then why do it? I ordered a hard drive port on Amazon for like 10 euros. It's like the coolest thing ever. Or one of those that you can plop your hard drives into. Yeah, I think I will try and buy. So here's the thing. I know for a fact I can get the exact same stand in Denmark for the same price, because I looked at it before on the Danish sites where I buy my mobile phone accessories on. And it's like the same price, or maybe it's instead of 14 euros, it's maybe 15 euros and 30 cents or something like that. So it's not massively cheap, more expensive. You may save like under 1% here on Amazon. But just to see how the delivery experience is, I may buy it on Amazon just to see how that is. Oh, your hard drive become like a floppy. Okay, gotcha. So now it's a scary good thing we don't have them here. Oh, yeah. So yeah, I may try this out. I don't know why we can't get it from Sweden, though. This one here is really expensive, though. No, it's not. I may get this one. One of these two here I will get. And I will try and buy it from Sweden. No, not Sweden. From Germany, then. Because, like, I've looked at this before, so I kind of, not that long ago, so I kind of know what. This one here we have in Denmark. This one here we have in Denmark. Something like that. We have something like that. Something like that I've seen in Danish stores. Something like this. Not that one. This one I've kind of seen. This one I definitely have seen in Danish stores. Of course, this we already. This one here I've also seen in Danish stores. This one here, don't think so. This one here I think I've also seen. This one here I've definitely not seen in Danish stores. So you just open up, you have more options on the German side. This one here I've seen. This one here I've seen. These one here I've not seen. This one I've seen. This one I've seen. Yeah, but stuff like this I've not seen in Danish stores. It's actually really mental. Like, who wants like this over their fucking bed? Just imagine you're waking up here. Like, you're waking up because you fell asleep and you're slamming your face into the tablet because the arm is still there. Like, just imagine she wakes up and have to pee. It's just like, boing! Because she fell asleep to the tablet hanging over her head. It's basically so when I say I have seen them in Denmark, it may not be the same brand. It just, it's the same design. That's because they buy it from China. It's just a Chinese brand, just, or generic Chinese design. And then companies just plug their fucking brand on. Oh yeah, if it falls on your face, that must fucking hurt, man. Yeah, but I may go try this. Just for the fun of it, to see what happens. But here's the thing, so I've been looking at the Amazon stores for close to 3 years now in Germany. And I never had the feeling that, oh my god, I need that thing that I couldn't get in Denmark. There was nothing on the store that I either couldn't get in Denmark, or could find a really good, alternative to in Denmark. So it's like, why do it when, why spend the extra time just to get it from Amazon, when I can get something similar or the same thing in Denmark and get it the next day. And then on the same time, I'm supporting Danish businesses, the taxes stays in Denmark and all, I'm supporting my country, so to speak, making sure that we actually have work places in Denmark. And I totally forgot that I needed to reboot and not shut it down. So the fun thing is, will it pick it up again? Or do I need to... Nope, I need to find it again. There you go. Oh, this looks so much nice. I fucking love the newer versions of KDE. Oh, there can't be updates available. What? So it didn't update. Why didn't it update KDE? Huh? Oh, it may do it now. Yeah, it's updating Plasma now. Okay, got you. I went from stable to testing. I'm on testing right now. Oh, I see it. They have been kept back. So there's problems with them. Okay, gotcha. So apparently there must be a problem with a lot of Qt applications under Debian testing. So it's basically just a waiting game we have to do now. How old is... what version are we on here again? 20.5. How old is it? Come on, Firefox. Or not Firefox, Chrome. It helps if I actually click the button. I have tried Plasma Arts probably more times than you can count. Like I said, I've been doing this for over 20 years, so I've probably done it more times than you can count. 5.20.5. That should give me... So it was from January last year, so it's almost a year old. Have they hold Plasma back for a year? That can't be right. Oh, I think I know why. So, the package maintainer for Plasma on Debian testing is gone over to Arch because of internal politics. And it could be that some people have not picked it up. What did you say the latest version is? 26.3. What the fuck did I press F something button there? That's not what I want. 26.3 on Debian. Here, Swagger. We have 2 arrows. Ooh. Okay, so there is some problems with it apparently. So had I upgraded to Plasma before the current version, I probably would have had it already. You know, I would be having like 26.0 or something like that. It's just because I'm trying to upgrade from this older version. So I could have, like, let's say I updated this in like August. I would have the version of Plasma from August. But because I did it now, I have to wait for them to fix it, basically. But that's not... I don't mind running this here. You see here, the frameworks have gotten up. The Qt version have gotten up. We are running a newer kernel. So that's not that bad. There was something else I wanted to test. I can't remember. Oh, yeah, Plasma. Oh, sorry, not Plasma. We wanted to install... Pantheon. Why the fuck can I not remember that? So, sudo kate. Oh, okay, right then. Oh, that's because of security fucking problems. Do we have gedit? What kind of editors do we have? Let's install. Let's install gedit. I think that should be working. Yeah, but it's because I'm upgrading from 5.20 and then try to upgrade. Had I upgrade like said in August, I could upgrade. It's just because they don't have that version in the repository anymore. Like they don't have 5.24, or I don't think they have it in the repository anymore. So we need to go into home. Oh, we are in root though there, that's right. So other location, computer, home, tests, path, there you go. We need to make a new fan. We need to open. We need to go into where's etc. There you are. Apps. Source list. So why am I doing this? It's just because it's fucking easier. Control A, Control C, Control V. Save. It's just way easier than doing it the other way in Nano or something like that. I had to go recently, and for me, at least codes are worst. Yeah, codes are not good. I hate codes. Let's do a new tab. And let's do a sudo apt update. Well, that repository is not there anymore. So we can't do this because this server here is not there anymore. Oh yeah, when give them give them a couple of weeks or something like that, they will fix the issues with Plasma. And I can upgrade to the current version. It's just because there's some issues with it right now. What if we do this here and we do Pantheon desktop on Debian. Commands to install Pantheon desktop on Debian Buster. That's from 2001. Is there any current one? It may already be in the repositories then. Wait. So that's not included. I may need to sneeze in a bit. So let's see what this one here is about. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, it's trying to use the same repository that's not... Well... or is it? Yeah, it's not available. Oh wait, let's just do this instead. Ah, fuck you then. Let's Google search, there you go. Yeah, it's offline, it's not working. Oh, this is on Kali Linux. iOS is stable. iOS is stable. Do you have Wi-Fi issues on other devices? Yeah, this is outdated. We can't use that anymore. Let's go into OpenSUSE and see if... yeah, let's just close everything. If I need it. If it needs to be updated. Hey, Bogdan. I haven't booted into OpenSUSE in a while, so... Let's give it a whirlwind. I also haven't opened up EndeavourOS in a while. I did upgrade Ubuntu Gnome, Ubuntu K or Kubuntu. I still need to migrate from Kubuntu 2004 to 2204 to 22.10. I haven't done that yet. There you go. Is it because your router don't... So here's the thing you have to look into. How old is your iPad? Because it could be that they're using... it's prioritizing... Wi-Fi version 6 or what the fuck it's called. 1 year old, yeah, so you probably have Wi-Fi 6.0 or what it's called. Do your router support the latest Wi-Fi technologies? So if your router or your Wi-Fi hotspot is old, that could be it. Because iOS, they tend to prioritize, or Apple in general, they tend to prioritize new technologies faster. So you may have to go in and set it to only use Wi-Fi IP6 or 5, or 5, sorry, or what the fuck, version 5 or what it's called, in the software. Yeah, I can't remember what the name of it is. So give me a second here and let's look at it. Yeah, skip this shit. Go away. Go away, skip it. I hate Firefox with a passion. Just stop it. I don't like you. Thank you. 6. So this is probably what it wants you to use then. Wi-Fi 6. Oh, for fuck's sake, I got it. Don't just... Oh, this is probably what it wants you to use. But your router may only support this one here. Or only partially supports version 6. I think Linux is kind of a girl you have to love and don't expect anything back. Yeah. Oh, I hate the Brave browser. They are obscuring the Google results so fucking badly. Like, they you don't get the correct search result with the Brave browser. They are prioritizing, well... Let me put it this way, I have a sneaky suspicion that some people pay Brave browsers to get ahead in the search results. 1 year old, I check on the router. Yeah, the router's okay, but what Wi-Fi standards is it supporting? That's the thing you have to understand, because not all new routers support the same Wi-Fi standards. I could go buy a Wi-Fi router today that don't support Wi-Fi 5 or Wi-Fi 6. So if the Wi-Fi router you have don't support 6, but your tablet support Wi-Fi 6, and iOS want you to use Wi-Fi 6, that could be like it's jumping between those two Wi-Fi technologies. So you may have to go into iOS and say, you know what, I want to force you to use the technology that my router is supporting. So you may have to go in and say to iOS, don't use Wi-Fi 6. Okay, so you have 6, but you have not enabled it on the router. Go and disable Wi-Fi 6 in iOS then, if your tablet has Wi-Fi 6. It could be because it's trying to jump between those two. I may need to switch to Firefox if Manifest version 3 breaks over several Chrome extensions. I don't know what Manifest is, to be honest. So I tried something here with arranging the bar down here a little bit different, but I don't know if I like it yet, to be honest. Someone is lurking. Let's see if there's any updates too. Oh my god, there's definitely... Oh, that's Firefox having a fucking hissy fit here. There you go. Yeah, I hate Firefox. No, Linux is flat earth, man. Oh, we're having a party here. Come on, good old fucking... Oh, there's some updates. Chrome is getting updated. Yeah, Chrome is getting updated. Why is it not on the bar? What is this down here then? There's actually less updates than I thought. Oh, we're going into Christmas. Oh. So, watching France versus Denmark at the World Cup. About to... Oh, I don't care about that. Yeah, try and look at that Wi-Fi technology thing. You may have to fucking force it into use, what you have. I don't know if it will work, but it could be an idea. Because if you don't have problem with other devices, it seems like the next logical thing is that iOS is trying to make it use a technology that you just don't have or support yet on your router. Because it sees it as new and therefore automatically must be better. iOS and macOS is a little bit weird like that. Oh, Pipewire is getting updated. Yeah, so here's a fun thing about the OpenSUSE project. They sometimes take time off. So was it last year, a couple of years ago, you didn't get an update from OpenSUSE in... It was about this time and into like February because they basically took time off. Tumbleweed, I'm always running Tumbleweed. I don't need this down here. This can go away. There you go. Yeah, I don't know if I like this setup I have here. Maybe if I move this one. Edit mode. So if I move this back over here. Still not happy. What if I move this over here then? This I kind of like. This is a little bit different. So we have the tray icons down here, and then we have, pinned applications. So I'm just experimenting with different looks, so it's not looking the same every time I use Plasma. This here needs to change that one also to that one there. There you go, buddy. I did a fresh install of Tumbleweed like a week or so ago. So I haven't really set it up that much. Oh, it don't have a key. Why don't you have a key? Do I need to import a key for Chrome? Apparently. Weird. Strange. Oh, good old Quap. Wait a minute. Let's I just got an idea. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, whatever. No, back. Also, let's mute that shit. How crazy is it to set up system deboot under Tumbleweed? Yeah, it's not that simple. Hey, Blackworm. I'm doing good, I hope you're doing also, man. Chrome OS? No, I'm not interested in Android-based systems. Let's restart and see if everything blew up in our face. Yeah, here a lot of people don't like Flex. I just got an idea I want to try out. Well, Chrome OS is more close to Android than it's close to Linux. Let me put it that way. They are both based on Gentoo to some extent, but it's kind of its own little thing. So, okay, so I kind of was thinking about this, and let's put it down to 38. How do I make a new... This floating thing is actually really interesting. Let's see how that looks. It's actually not bad. Okay, so... Enter edit mode. So I was... I can't remember how we add a new panel. How do we add a new panel? This is Tumbleweed. Well, that's because Chrome OS is not meant for the desktop. It's not really meant for the desktop. Chrome OS is meant to be a go-between between a desktop and a mobile device and Android. No. Add widget. Is this the one? No, that's not the one. Yeah, it's optimized for ARM, yeah. Oh, it box? Oh, cool. Oh, what about this one over here? Oh, no. Do I really have to Google this? Well, apparently so. Well, apparently so. Oh, yeah, there it is. Thank you. Let's just do an empty panel. There you go. So. What I was thinking is floating. We don't want to maximize it. Opacity, adaptive. Right. This should allow it to expand as much as it wants, right? So, what I want is I want a widget. I want a clock. Digital clock. Oh shit, I don't want this many. My bad. There you go. Why is it not why can't I move it over here? Enter edit mode or exit edit mode. Huh? Why is it That's really well. Anyway, let's try and add something to it here then, and then do what is this up here called? Tray. Our system. Okay, now it's working. This is what I'm looking for. And then let's do some auto hide. My desktop layout is nearly identical to Gulvada. I hate Gulvada. I gave up on Linux on the desktop. Does that make me a normie? No, that makes you a smart person. That makes you a smart person. I still don't know why it has this thing here, but... Yeah, okay, I don't want it to auto hide. I want it to intelligent hide. Windows can cover. So if I open up this one here. Ah, yeah, here you go. This is what I'm looking for. Fucking hell, we have the big brains in here, people. Yeah. So. Let's remove that one. Let's remove... Oh, let's keep that one. No. Let's remove that one also. Let's remove that one. We kind of want that one. Stop peeking at the desktop. Don't tell me what to do. You're not my boss. I want Linux on all my home servers, but the desk... Yeah, Linux on servers are great. On the desktop, not so much. Yeah, exactly, Bogdan. Look, it kinda... Oh! So it has this little blue thingy when I hover over it down there. Look. How can you not love Plasma? So what is this called here? Peek at desktop. Is that what it's called? Peek at desktop? Add widget, there you go. Okay, so. But why is it not auto-resizing, though? That's what I wanted to do. Delay future updates. So, geez, you don't need to use a tool for that. You just go into the software center under Windows, and then updates, and then delay for a week or something like that. And then you just delay the updates. So does it auto size? That's kind of like the next question. Does it auto size? And why does it keep having that fucking blue tint underneath it? I don't... There you go. That could drive me nuts, though. So this is to indicate that we have a panel down there. Oh, you're just... So you're... So what you're doing is you're tracking the LTS branch of Windows. You can set that up under this control center also. I just can't remember how to do it. So you're only tracking the LTS branch. Basically, you're not getting feature updates, but you're getting security updates. Okay, so edit mode. Opacity. What is this then? Let's try and change the wallpaper. Slideshow. Let's do it every 5 minutes. Do it randomly. Apply. That's a bright one, baby. Translucent. I kind of like that. So I don't know how functional this stuff that I'm doing here is, but I think it kind of looks cool. Cool. Manage desktops and panels. Snap with desktop on screen. Or swap. Oh. So we should be able to next wallpaper. Yeah, there you go. So we are wasting a lot of pixels by having a floating panel. Oh yeah. B. Oh yeah. Oh my god. It's all one big copy of each other. It's nothing. Yeah. Yeah, I totally get that. So if I do this, oh now it's okay. Gotcha. Look how fat it is. Look how choppy it is when I'm doing this. It's like a choppy baby. And then when I'm doing this, it's normal. Hey, thank you, Jay, and you too, man. Look, choppy guy, normal guy, choppy guy, normal guy. What if we go down and do this instead, and then we go... Did you say 34 was not good? He's still choppy guy. I am a sexy motherfucker. Choppy guy. Not so choppy guy. 30 and below. Okay, so we have a little bit more room to mess with. It's not bad though. I don't know how functional this is. And it still have this fucking... I don't like this highlight thingy down here. Now we just need some cool wallpapers. Oh, thank you, B. Yeah, I'm starting to do less and less Linux content, and I want to do more non-Linux content because I don't want to be locked into only doing Linux. So right now my plan is as forth, or as this reaction video, the first video on the week, then a Linux video, then a Windows video, and then Saturday is whatever I want. It can be a Windows video, it could be a Linux video, it can be a live stream. Saturday is kind of whatever I want to upload. But one reaction video a week, one Linux video a week, and at least, you know, at least one Linux video and at least one Windows video a week. In the another homo love. I don't give a fuck. As long as you stay away from my asshole, you can do whatever you want. Yeah, I just want to be open to not be locked in with Linux, because the world is not just Linux. You get what I'm saying? So titties are okay. Yeah, titties are okay. So if I open up good old Chrome. Oh, I do love me some fucking... I love Plasma so much. How can you not love Plasma? Look how pretty it is. Let's pin this. Let's do KDE wallpaper. Or should we just do Plasma? KDE Plasma. There you go. Exactly. Let's do this one. Let's do that one. Ooh, that's pretty. Kind of like that one also. I do like me some nature. Yeah, he has no fucking idea what he's talking about. I don't get me wrong, I do like GNOME, and GNOME can look really, really pretty. But just look at this fucking shit here, people. Had the winter is going to be rough. Actually, we have only had snow for 1 day. It hasn't been that bad, to be honest. It really has not been that bad. I'm actually surprised how not bad it is, if that's a thing. I'm surprised how you're not sucking my cock and kicking me in the ass at the same time. But yeah, it's been like we are in the plus. Like we haven't had like well, nights can go under the freezing point, but daytimes has been in the pluses all yeah, up till now. So that 1 day that we did have snow, it was away like at midday or something like that. I do like me some bright wallpapers. Yeah, I know someone that lives in Stockholm, and they have snow right now, as far as the pictures that she's sending up are telling us. I don't know why, but I find it really, really therapeutic and relaxing to find wallpapers for my distributions that I install. Like, I love doing this, just finding pretty pictures. But yeah, KDE can, Gnome and Cinnamon can get amazingly beautiful also. Oh, that's a neat fucking ship. Yeah, they got a lot of fucking snow, yeah. No, we talk about snow in Scandinavia. This is an old, like, Fedora wallpaper, if I'm not mistaken. I also have Windows Server installed. If you're interested in looking at that at some point during the live stream, we can boot that up. EVs are a scam. What are we talking about? EVs? What am I missing here? Yeah, XFCE is just too fucking slow for me, man. Let's do some Japanese thingy here. Let's download this one here. Save image as. Let's just save it there. Oh, electrical vehicles. Oh, yeah, it's yeah. Let's not go into that, but yeah, it's not what people think it is. Do you want the pollution to come out of the pipe of your car or out of the factories making the components for your car? That's kind of where we at with that. DT is the same way. He collects wallpapers from all the distros, but some distros are absolutely amazing. They do, yeah. Yeah, I have a folder just for wallpapers, and it's getting too big. It's getting too big. Okay, this is not that good. Yeah. Subscriptions, yeah. It's getting too big. That's what, yeah. Hey, DJ Ware. Yeah, DJ. Wallpapers makes your distro run faster. Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of pretty, though. Okay, that's too busy. That's also too low res. That's also too low res. Yeah, that looks too low res also. Too low resolution. It's a Chinese or Japanese boat thingy, Meduski. It makes your system more stable, yeah. If you have a wallpaper of a brick, it makes your system more stable, yeah. Yeah, it makes your distro hop faster, yeah. Well, Elon Musk is a fucking brilliant dude, man. Well, it is. My wallpapers are I don't have a 4K monitor, sadly enough. Did I download this one here? Yeah, I did. I do like me some forest, but... Yeah, let's do that one also. Uses less RAM, yeah. Ever tried using a low res? Yeah, it looks fucking amazingly bad. Yeah, it's not good. I have wallpapers of girls also, but I can't show them on YouTube. That's kinda a little bit of a bad thing. It will get me censored really badly. Ooh, that's I don't know if it's beautiful or ugly. It's one of those pictures when you look at it like, I can kind of, this kind of, and then you see this. Let's do this one here for all the weeps out there in the world. I do want a 1440p monitor. I just need to save up some money. I also need a better graphic card. Well, preferably I need to buy a better graphic card first, and then I need to upgrade my whole computer. My plan is to do that to some extent next year. I basically want to build a whole new computer from scratch. Oh, no, I don't have 1 terabyte per close. So, the computer that I use right now has been using the same SSD in it with my host operating system on since 2015 with no reinstaller whatsoever. So it started out as a Windows 10 install and ran up till Windows 11 came out, and then I upgraded to Windows 11, and that's running right now. And and it's just a stock standard, really early adoption of an SSD. And it's only like 200 gigabytes or something like that, so it's really small. And I want to go up to like a 500 or 1 terabyte NVMe drive. But I also want, better CPU, better motherboard, so I can utilize virtualization way more. So my plan is that next year I want to upgrade, basically build a totally new computer from scratch. And then install Windows 11 Pro on it. And basically ditch I love this, this SSD I have right now. I love it. I think I will keep it in a fucking, put it up on the wall or something like that. It's been the most enjoyable and stable operating system experience I have. This is how I want to make a video about this, but this is how crazy my systems have been. And this SSD has been in 4 different computers, and I changed motherboards 5 or 6 times, CPUs more than that, and Windows have AMD, Ryzen. I got that. Well, actually, when did Ryzen came out? Because I thought the first. Now it may have been Intel. When did Ryzen came out? Release date. Here you go. Yeah, so it started out as an Intel system. Funny enough, it started out as an Intel system because I got Ryzen, but not when it got released. I thought it must have been 2018 I got my Ryzen computer. But again, like I said, so I installed... Oh my god, let's make a timeline. Let's open up Paint. But first, let's do the wallpaper thing, and then remind me that we need to open up Paint and do a timeline of my oh, that's zip. Oh, make a timeline of... Oh, fucking hell. No. I did a bad thing. Don't do that. Make a timeline of my computer history with this SSD, because it's really a fun thing. Wall slapping in the face. So yeah, the fun thing is I have had a more stable experience with the hardware iterations that I've had over the years on Windows than with Linux. So I had more kernel panics with Linux. I've had more software breaking my system on Linux. I've had more things not working with Linux than with Windows since 2015. I don't know what GPU I'm looking at. It depends on what is available when I'm starting to upgrade. Yeah, if you don't fuck with I don't fuck with Windows, and here's the thing: not only do I not fuck with Windows, I don't take care of Windows either. I have a virus scan that runs every day at 3 a.m. My computer is on 24/7. I ran Windows one time for 3 months without rebooting. No problems whatsoever. I recorded and made videos in those 3 months with virtual machines. So, I run a virus scan every night. Like, every week, 2 times a month, I do disk cleaning with the built-in disk cleaning tool and Vice disk cleaner. And I do a registry clean 1 time a week or 2 times a month. That's all I do. All I do to make sure that Windows is not fucking up. I don't go in and disable this and register hack this and all of that fucking shit. It just fucking works. But again, that's my experience with my workload. I do a lot of gaming, a lot of editing, a lot of stuff. And, oh, I found a bug already. Look here. There's a bug down here. And with my hardware. So it may be hardware related that is that stable, because I'm never on the latest and greatest hardware. I'm always like a iteration behind or something like that. So when a new Ryzen CPU comes out, I buy the one that it replaced, because it's cheaper, and you don't get that much more performance out of it anyway by running the latest and greatest. Well, Windows Subsystem for Linux is the reason why a lot of people are not using Linux Desktop anymore. So if you are a Linux fan or Windows fanboy, you would love Linux Windows Subsystem for Linux, because it's giving IT professionals something they have asked for a long time. And that is being able to administrate, develop, and use Linux without having to ditch Windows. Especially if they're doing both things, if they're both a Windows developer and a Linux developer. It's actually a fucking dagger in the back to Linux, sorry. It really is. I've heard so many developers and administrators that I talked to say that Windows Subsystem for Linux made them not run Ubuntu or SUSE or anything like that in a virtual machine. Because now they only need Windows. They don't need Windows and Linux. They only need Windows. And a lot of Windows or Linux people don't like that, to be honest. So, Paint. So, let's make a line here. I hope you guys can see this. Maybe I should make it bigger. So, here it started out as an Intel machine. Intel. Then I think I changed the CPU. And this is the same SSD. The same SSD. I changed the CPU. Then I built my AMD system with a Ryzen 1600. Then I upgraded the motherboard. Then I got my 1060. Or was it the 1060 and then the motherboard? Then I got new CPUs. I also got more RAM in here. At some point. I got more hard drives built into it. And I think I changed the motherboard a time again. So all of these here are hardware changes that I have done on that SSD up till now. From 2015 up till now. So 15 up till 2022. So I had like a whole architecture change going from Intel to AMD. And under AMD I've changed CPUs 3 times, motherboards 3 or 4 times, because one of my motherboards actually broke a connector on it. So, or it's something, I think it was, no, I didn't broke it, but there was something with a USB connector that didn't work well on one of my motherboards. So I upgraded motherboards 4 times. And all I did was just unplugging my fucking SSD and plugging it in again. And the SSD I have it's not like a really expensive Samsung, Evolution or what the fuck they're called. It's a Toshiba something. The cheapest SSD you could buy in 2015. That was 220 gigabyte. That's the one I'm using, and it's running my system to this day, Windows 10. Windows 11. And it started out as a Windows 10 install and then went over to a Windows 11 install. During this time, I probably had 20 blue screens of death. And maybe 5 of those was Windows' fault. The kernel panics. VirtualBox had given me a shit ton of problems at one point. And then it's just been, driver installs that was, third party. I was buying, joysticks and stuff like that where the drivers was outdated because it was cheap joysticks I bought. They get issues. It was hardware drive, or not hardware drivers, peripheral drivers that fucked it up basically. Where under Linux I have had nothing but fucking problems. Like freezes, crashes, I need to reinstall. So I used to dual boot up to like 2 years ago with Windows and Linux. And I kind of to some extent needed to reinstall Linux at least once or twice a year. Because it just kept fucking things up. Plus I couldn't do the workloads I wanted to do because of video editing and stuff like that. It's just way too... If you do anything more than standard, everyday, let's make a family video editing, Linux is not for you. It's not for you. If you start to use color correcting and you start to use motion tracking, motion blurs and all that fucking thing, either it takes too long to render under Linux or it crashes all. Basically, the workflow, you can do it, but it takes 30% or 50% longer to do it under Linux. Because you have to account for crashes, they are doing it an ass fucking different way than it should be. Some things under Windows is a one-click fucking experience with a lot of software. Where under Linux it's like submenu with submenu with submenu with submenu, and then it kind of only works. So it's just strange. And a lot of games that I like to play don't work under Linux or are really bad under Linux. I just got the C Fold 4. Oh my god. I heard a lot of iffy things about the Fold computers. No, I kind of like that it's not matching the wallpapers. I like the default color scheme here. It gives it a good contrast. So here's the thing with KDE and the color scheme that we are using here. They actually done a lot of research to make the color scheme that makes sense depending on different wallpapers and situations. Because I see too many people, especially fucking Gurada Linux. It looks amazing if you're not changing the wallpaper. The second you go in and change stuff, you get, it's just not designed to be used or modified. Let me put it that way. It's a picture experience that you get. And it's the same with a lot of the things you see people make their desktop looks really, really beautiful. Is that they don't think that, I have to video edit on this one, or I have to be able to watch videos, I have to be able to use other programs than just what you see here, the file manager and a web browser. So you have to account for their design choices and their design UIs with your color scheme and your theme, because it makes class, so you can't read some text, you can't see some icons and stuff like that. So it gets really, 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 really dangerous really fast. So I normally just stick to the same color schemes that comes with that the developers themselves have made by default, because they have probably spent hours and hours making the coloring and the themes as nice as possible, or more, and put it another way, make them more usable in most situations. Because I used to fucking theme my desktop up the wazoo, and it's if you go outside of the default theming and color schemes and icons, there will be situations where you have problems. Because someone in their mom's basement or in their dad's garage don't have the same time to test their icons or their color scheme or their theme for all the scenarios that the KDE developers have. You get what I'm saying here. I use the No, DaVinci Resolve is terrible under fucking under Linux. It's terrible under Linux. Linux is my retirement hobby to keep me busy. Yeah, I use the Linux for me. Like I say, Linux for me is my play OS. Linux is where I go in and experiment. I play around. I poke around. I do things that I normally will not be doing on my operating system in fear that it breaks and shit hits the fan. And then Windows for me is where I'm getting seriously. I'm gaming. I'm editing. That's my serious operating system. Linux for me is a toy. It's a toy. I have no idea what the name is, Joseph. Exactly, it's like an old car. Yeah, I'm a graphic designer, and I made Linux work for me. You can make Linux work for everyone, but I'm just saying, if you go outside of the standard things that the developers are giving you in form of look and feel, you can get a really, really bad UI experience. KDE is way too messy. It's really not. You can really simplify it really easy. Like, I don't know how this is not simplified. Like, I simplified like here, this is how I run my Dolphin file manager. Kind of a little bit like Thuna or like files on Nautilus on the GNOME. And you can even customize this menu here. So you don't have all of these extra things. I used to do that a lot also. So I would be taking up this, I will take that away, this, I will take all of these away. I will take, I will take this away. Because you can kind of do the same in here. So you can customize it to basically be like XFCE or GNOME. Like, I don't get this mentality for a lot of Linux users is that they can install Arch Linux, they can set up Linux from scratch and Gentoo, but KDE is too complicated for them. So you can download and the source, the source code for the Linux kernel, you can compile the Linux kernel and edit the config file. You can edit config sources for your repository, but KDE is too fucking complicated for you. It's like, come on, like, it's the least complicated thing you can do under Linux. And here's another thing. Linux people say, oh, we want choice. Well, if you want a desktop environment that gives you as much choice and features as humanly possible, that's KDE. So you like Linux because it's customizable and it gives you ultimate choice. But you don't like KDE because it gives you too much choice. Too much options. Can you see like a paradigm here that's not mixing with each other that well? The Steam Deck. Steam Deck is an amazing gaming console. The Steam Deck is a gaming console. Let's look at how... And this is an argument I use for a lot of people when they come up with the Steam Deck. You show me. Show me somewhere here where it's marketed as a desktop. This is what Valve want out of the Steam Deck. It's in their marketing. Well, a little bit here we could debate could be seen as a desktop or a gaming console. But the Steam Deck is marketed as a Nintendo Switch killer. That's what they want. They want a Nintendo Switch killer. Is it running Linux? Yeah, but they don't give a fuck. The users don't give a fuck. The only people that give a fuck about this running Linux are the flat earth Linux people. And they think, oh, it's going to make people ditch Linux Windows on the desktop and blah, blah. No, it's not. It's... Let's live in delusional land again. Look at it here. Even the fucking CPU that they are using are almost identical to the one you have in your PlayStation and your Xbox. Like the hardware that it's running on is closer to a console than it is to your computer. But a lot of Linux people get really angry when I'm saying that to them. Hence why I don't like Linux users. Because they're flat earthers. I guess I prefer the simplicity of GNOME. So, KDE is also simple. You don't have to go and do everything. That's the thing of it. That's the beauty of it. Like, keep it simple don't mean... Like, this is also keeping it simple. This is also keeping it simple. You just have more options. More options can also be simple. You don't have to go in here and do all of this. You can only focus on this little tab up here. And this is no more different than go into the GNOME Control Center. You don't have to think about notification, connection, settings, and all that fucking shit. Which, by the way, all of this you also have under GNOME, the GNOME system. Can I even remember how to fucking change the layout of it now? Oh, there you go. You know, this is more or less how settings under GNOME looks like. Like it... I don't get it. Like, I think people say this because they've been told by other Linux users that that's what KDE is. KDE is complicated, it's too many options, it's too bloated. Well, KDE is the most optimized desktop environment you can run under Linux. It runs leaner than XFCE. It's the most resource-friendly environment you can run. You can get it to run on under 300 megabytes. Really simple, really fast, really easy. It's just that everyone used to have been saying it for years that KDE is complicated because you have options. Well, is that not what Linux is about if you're going down that fucking rabbit hole? It is more buggy than GNOME. Yeah, KDE, they really like to be buggy. Yeah. That's why you should stick with the LTS version of KDE. But these are guys named Jay Leno, and he reviews cars. Yeah, I know who he is. He's a cool guy. Yeah, so the whole K thing is not a Euro mindset, it's a branding choice. Okay, so console with a K is branding. It's kind of the same, it's kind of in the same nature of iOS, iMac, iDrive, iCloud. It's the same mentality, it's branding. That's what it is, it's branding. It's branding. Okay, you found the wallpaper. What is my opinion on Windows managers like i3? They are really amazing environments if you are a coder full time and you're coding all the fucking time, or if you want to post a screenshot to Unix porn. That's my opinion on it. They look amazing, they are beautiful, and they are really great for coders. And if you want to take a picture and put it up on Unix porn. Tiling Windows Manager is nothing more than peacocking. It's people that want to show off how fucking hacker-like they look like with their desktop. It's nothing more than showing flashy, fancy things to other nerds. So they can be like, oh, wow, ooh, that's what they want. It's peacocking. It's to express that they are more of a hacker or nerd than other people are. It's all it is. All I can say, SteamOS is coming. SteamOS is already here. But so here's what people don't. So let's look at SteamOS. SteamOS has been around for 8 years. 8 fucking years. It was just based on Debian. And you know what, my friend? When SteamOS that was based on Debian came out, everyone was saying the same thing. Version 1 and 2. Just wait, we have SteamOS, Valve is behind it. It's going to take over the world. That was 8 years ago. People tend to forget that I've been hearing this these party lines for over 24 years. Every 4 years or so, there comes a new thing where people say, this is going to take over Windows. Just you wait, Linux is going to take over the market. When you hear it so many times and nothing happens, it's like someone is telling you, I'm not going to kick you in the balls, and then they kick you in the balls. And then they come like a week later, a month later, a year later, I'm not going to kick you in the balls, but they're still kicking you in the balls. When do you stop believing what they're saying? All of this with Steam OS is coming, and this company is going to make Linux popular and stuff like that. It may happen, but until it happens, I don't believe it. I don't care about Steam OS, I don't care about Valve or anything like that until it's in the pudding, until it's on fucking paper. Because it's been said so many fucking times during the 30-something years that Linux has been around. The year of the Linux desktop have been every year since 2000, basically. Like it's been hey Lamer. It's been like the Linux. Like if you could like describe Linux, like the Linux fandom, it's like the year of the Linux desktop. That's Linux fandom. That's what that embodies what Linux fandom is about. The year of the Linux desktop, because every year someone out there have a reason why it's the year of the Linux desktop or why it is coming next year and stuff like that. And again, it has not happened in over 30 years. And as the good fucking philosophers in life are saying, and the smart people are saying, if you want to see future behavior, look at past behavior that dictate future behavior. Linux are not changing. Linux are not doing anything new. So we are looking at Linux doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. And what is it Einstein has said, like the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. That's why Ubuntu had to change direction. They were doing the same thing over and over again. They couldn't keep the lights on, so they had to change to be more of a corporate distribution. The community was angry at them, but hey, I'd rather have Ubuntu around being a corporate distribution, contributing to the open source community, making sure a lot of fucking hardware and software works under Linux, than they not being here. And that's again, there's a lot of delusion. That's why, like, that someone sent a video about Linux. Someone was being pushed out of the Linux community because of toxicity, and he said that Linux people are flat earthers. And I'm like, yeah, he's kind of right, because you can show the Linux fans clear facts or data that say something that goes against what they are saying, and they still don't believe it. They still don't believe it. They try to, oh, it's not our fault, it's their fault. Oh, this is skewed. Or this is not really what it is like, because I have seen some, like a really good example that a lot of people, Linux, I have never seen a virus on Linux, so therefore Linux can't get viruses. And then I go talk to a security guy that deploys Windows servers or Linux servers daily, or have done in the past. And in his home lab, he forgot to do harden his SSH connection. His Ubuntu install got a fucking virus and malware. But they don't want to hear that. Oh, well, that's on the server market. That's not on the desktop. Okay, so we are moving the goalpost now. Is that what we are doing? If you can get a virus on a server, you can... And servers are typically more secure than your home desktop by design. So if you can get a virus on a server, you definitely can also get it on a desktop. Yeah, like he was fucking right that... yeah. Linux users are flat earthers, man. And it's really funny. I do watch a lot of shows, yeah. Oh, I've been ranting so much the wallpaper, the screensaver. I believe there will be a year of the Linux desktop with Windows and Mac are cloud only, and Linux desktops are the only. That will never happen, Lamer. So here's the thing: if or when Windows and Mac OS go cloud only. Linux will do the same. Linux is already kind of cloud only. Look at what the Fedora and OpenSUSE are doing with the deinstaller. Or web installer, I think they're calling it. They're working on a new... I can't fucking remember what it's called right now, but Fedora and OpenSUSE are working on a new installer that's basically a Cockpit. It's done via Cockpit, basically. So a web-based interface that you install the distribution on. That already there is meaning that it will not be that difficult to, do it from the cloud. There will never... Here's my prediction. There will never be a year where Linux is the dominant force on the desktop market. Never. Would it expand more than it's doing right now? Probably. But we have technologies like quantum computing being really researched. We have a lot of like mobile phones and tablets are taking over the computing market rapidly for the average user or the desktop computer users. So traditional desktops, having a big box on your table that you can look into and you can see things move around in, is going out of the window really fast. And if you don't believe me, do this little experiment for me. When you're visiting someone, friends, family, whatever it is, look how many PCs they have, if any, like a big box on the fucking table, or a laptop, or how many tablets and mobile phones they have. They may have a desktop, but they probably have 5 times more phones and tablets around. Their kids may not even have a fucking desktop. It's only for dad or mom that need it for work. The same with laptops. Everyone else is using tablets and iPhones nowadays, or mobile phones. That means that Windows as we know it is going out of the way. Mac OS as we know it is going out of the way. Linux as we know it is going out of the way. So the year of the Linux desktop as we know it, with like a big box over there that's connected to big screens, that's 5, 10, 15 years, that is not the case. Then it would be your tablet that you put into a dongle that then are connected to big screens. That's how it's going to be. You'll be gaming on your tablet connected to a 8K monitor or something like that, with a keyboard and mouse connected to it. That's the future. And it's coming fucking fast, man. It's coming really fast. And if Linux needs to have a market share as a traditional desktop before that happens, we don't have much time left. Like I said, I may be wrong. I am wrong here, but my prediction is like 10, 15 years, desktops will be like almost non-existent in home users. It would be non-existing at home. So I grew up as a kid in the 90s, early 2000s. Back then, everyone had a computer in their house. Either a computer or a laptop. Everyone. Almost every household you could find had a computer. Nowadays, they don't. They don't. Now it's everyone has a tablet or a mobile phone or both. That's what they have nowadays. That's the indicator. Look at the classrooms. Classrooms is also a good indicator of how the future is going to be. When I went to school, everyone was having a computer. When you go to schools nowadays, it's Chromebooks, tablets, and mobile phones. And Chromebooks is just a gateway drug into the, into the mobile ecosystem or the handheld ecosystem. If you even 5-10 years ago, kids had mobile phones with them at school. iPhones and Android phones at that time. More and more schools and educational systems are going over to handheld devices for the education systems. That's the trend that's going. We are teaching those kids now that when they grow up, that's what they prefer. So if you grew up with a tablet and a mobile phone in your hand, you're not going to buy a fucking desktop. You know mobile phones and tablets. You've been basically indoctrinated into mobile phones and tablet ecosystem. So you want to see what the future is, look at what the kids today are using. What are your 5-year-old having in their hand when they're at home with their mom and dad? That's what you have to look at. They're not sitting in front of a computer like I did when I was 10, 15, 5 years old. They're sitting nowadays in front of a tablet. So we, us in here, we will be the 32-bit. You see those like sorry, I just fucking almost killed myself with my own spit here. That's not really good. This is who we are going to become. We are going to become these people here. You know, we are going to become these people here. We are the select few that care enough about technology that we have old big boxes in our basement that we look back on and say, oh my god, remember that day when you had that big rant about computers on your life? Oh my god, remember that day when you needed a big massive fucking, you know, beige and blue box with a lot of LEDs in it to run a system. This is us. This is where you will see desktop computers in 10, 15, 20 years. Will only be when people looking back at history. We are like, for a lack of better words, if you go into pain, and I will read you guys' comments in a second. I'm just on a really massive rant here, by the way. But come on, paint. There you go. So if you guys can see this, this is the personal desktop traditional computer. This is when they started. This is when they were at their highest, so like in the 90s, early 2000-ish. And this is where nobody cares or use a personal computer. We are kinda here. This is where we kinda are. This here is probably the mobile phone and mobile, you know, mobile phones, tablets, handheld devices. They are probably around here. So they are going up in popularity and desire within people, while the big box that we are using right now is going down. And this here, like I said, it 10, 15, 20, 30 years, I don't fucking know. But this is the future we are looking at. But if we only have 5 or 10 years or 20 years, and we're not starting to do something massively different within Linux, we are not going to get Linux on the desktop, because what we have done the last 30 years have not worked. We need to do something different. We can't just sit here and say what we are doing is working, because it's not working. It's not even working on the server market. We're not the dominant force on the server market. We are big, but we are not dominant. Again, something I believed in for fucking decades, that we were dominant on the server market. Apparently we are not, if you go and do your research. So, let me read what you guys are telling me, how stupid I am here. Yes, Lame, when we are the last one standing. Yeah, like I said, so I don't think Linux would be the last man standing in the desktop or the operating system market for the average consumer. I think when that happened, when we switch paradigms, it's like nothing is here. Like Windows as we know it will not be here, Mac OS as we know it will not be here, and Linux as we know it will probably not be here. And then, you know, we would be the, like I said, the retro guys. We will be the guys that have like an old computer, we install Linux or Windows XP on or something like that, you know. Because that cliff dive, when that happens, it goes really fast. You see it with the, look at it, like traditional phones. Look how fast they got phased out, you know, landlines. Look how fast cable TV got phased out. Are there still people using those things today? Yeah, but really few people. Look how fast dumb phones got wiped out. Like the iPhone within like 2 or 3 years almost killed the dumb phone market. Almost killed it within 2 or 3 years. From going for everyone had a dumb phone, nobody had a smartphone, so everyone had a smartphone and nobody had a dumb phone. That's how fast it's going to become when we're doing this new paradigm shift. So maybe we can have Linux on the desktop for 2 or 3 years, yeah. I would like Linux to evolve and have 10% of the market share on the desktop. I don't think that will happen. Mac OS and Windows are too strong. If company don't see the money in Linux, no one else will invest in Linux. That's great. I don't care anyway. That's great. There's no need for a reason for Linux to take over desktop. Oh my god, sorry. Mac OS kind of did it because some killer app. Well, Linux needs killer apps. But Linux can't handle have killer apps because it's open source. Then, yeah, that's a negative about open source. You can't have killer apps. That's the server market, but isn't Linux a server OS? That's why we try to make it a desktop OS. No, Linux is not a server OS. Like, Linux is the kernel, if you're going to be really fucking picky about it. And Linux is what you want it to be. It's not a server OS, a desktop or workstation. It's what you want it to be. Yeah, there's a preview of that web-based. Yeah, I can't remember what it's called. I think the Fedora guys call it deinstall or something like that. And I need to look up it. I can't remember it. Isn't everything cloud already now? It kind of is. Yeah, open source also has a problem, especially monetary ones. It does and don't. So here's how you can look at it. So why is a lot of open source software not paid? Like, why do they not want you to pay for it? Well, it's really easy. I make a program. You guys want it. I make it as open source, but I want you to pay me $10 to get it. But it's open source. So DJ Ware, being the smart business guy that he is, he's just taking my code and taking maybe my branding out of it and giving it away for free. I can't do anything about it. If he does anything with it, he just have to send the source the code back to me. So now you have an identical product that you either pay me $10 to use, or you just download it from DJ Ware. This is the same situation we had with CentOS versus Red Hat Linux. What do people do? They like free shit, so they use DJ Ware's versions versus my version. So that's why it's really hard to actually sell a product with open source. That's why they are selling services. That's what Red Hat is doing, SUSE is doing, and so on. They're like, okay, if we try to monetize the software, well, people can just copy the code and then give it away for free. But we are the one developing it. We have more know-how than they have. So we are selling our expertise into the software. Our know-how. That's what they are selling. The same with Ubuntu and Canonical. Canonical is selling their insider information, know-how about Ubuntu that a lot of people don't have. That's what they are selling with the support agreements and whatnots that they are selling to people. Their consulting businesses and stuff like that. Is that they have more intimate knowledge about how Ubuntu works than we have. That's their nuggets. That's kind of what they can, that's their what you call it. Their business model is that they have so much intimate knowledge about Ubuntu that we don't have, that they can capitalize on that. Where in closed source software, they can do that and they can capitalize on the software itself. You will own nothing. We don't own anything today. If you think you own anything today and you're on the internet, you need to unplug the wire from the internet really fast. I know DT believed the year of the Linux desktop was 2016. Yeah, DT is like... Yeah, I don't know how many times he got dropped as a kid, or if he's running headfirst into the wall every morning. But yeah, there's something fundamentally wrong in that brain of his. And be happy about Infidel. The only thing that was holding us back was gaming. Yeah, no. No. What's holding Linux back is everything. It's not just one thing, it's everything. That's what Mercedes said. Yeah. I don't think it will expand because DRM is going against Linux odds. Anti-cheat rate. Yeah, it's so many fucking things, man. Instead of the years of Linux desktop, we'll be saying in the year of the mobile Linux. Well, Android is not really Linux. Even the Google developers themselves recognize that Android is not Linux. And iOS for sure is not Linux. So we need something like, Manjaro to make a phone version of it, which they actually have done. And mobile Linux sucks big ass. Yeah, Windows subsystem for Linux is the year of the Linux desktop. It kinda is, yeah. I think Windows will still be a thing. They might only sell Surface tablets. Yeah, so that's a strength that Windows have, is that they have an ecosystem with Surface tablets, and Windows is really good as a tablet OS. My son has a desktop computer. Yeah, but he's the minority. That's the thing. I say this a lot. I live in Denmark. Most of the people I see on a daily basis, they speak Danish. So if I didn't know anything about the rest of the world, and I didn't talk to you guys online or had any inclination about what was going on in the world, I would automatically think that Danish is the most spoken language in the world, or even the only spoken language in the world, because that's the only thing I see in the world that I live in. But my world, my personal experience is not indicative of how the world really is and how, the experiences of the world is. I'm just part of it, but I'm not the norm. You and I, we are not the ones that the norms are being set against. It's the collective. It's not just me. I'm not the measurement sticks of what is normal, what is accepted, and what is big, and what is the most used, stuff like that. Me as an individual is not that measurement stick, and a lot of people think they are. We are not. We are the red shirts, what is called in Star Trek. We're the ones that are being killed off first. If you want to see what the norm is, you have to look at society as a whole. What is going on in Denmark, Germany, Sweden, Australia, Africa, the States, and all of that experience you have to put together, and then you can make a somewhat informed opinion. So yes, Linux is really popular in India, I think it is. So if you look at the market share of Linux in India versus Windows, it may be massively high. But that don't mean that Linux is really, really fucking high all over the world, only in India. You get what I'm saying here? We are not the ones, we are not that important that everything is measured between what we is up to what we are experiencing, because we are living a really sheltered life. We are limited in our exposure. We are limited in things we see and hear and do. So we can't use our experience as a good measurement of what is going on in the world. You need to go outside of your world bubble, as I call it. You need to talk to people you normally would not talk to. You need to experience other people's lives. I think it was high school here. A student didn't know how to create a folder on a desktop. Farron OS computers is my last desktop computer. You mean Farron OS and not the computer? Yeah, my kids' school used tablets and wanted an iPhone. Yeah, fucking hell, man. Using now for Roblox. Oh yeah, did you see that the developer of Roblox got into jail or something like that? For some unsavory things. I thought about installing Chrome OS Flex on my laptop, but right now I need MSX. Oh, Lamer, when are you going over? Here's the thing. English Pop just switched over to Linux Lite. Lamer will be using Linux Lite within the new year. I will bet my left testicle that Lamer will ditch Windows and run Linux Lite within New Year's. Chrome OS has the most potential gains on market share, but Linux people can't accept a distro dictated by a large company. Well, Chrome OS is not really Linux, just like Android is not really Linux. Yeah, we are the grandparents with computers, exactly. In 15 to 20 years, phone will be way advanced for sure. Oh, they already are. There is a video here on the good old tubes here, where someone, and this is like some years old, but he took a video and rendered it on his phone to show how much faster it was. Look at it like this. What is the M1 and M2 systems on Apple's side? What are they? They are beefed up mobile phones or tablets. The way they are built, the technologies that goes into the M hardware is the same as you have on your fucking iPad and iPhone. Just more connections, more RAM, more storage. And the processor is beefed up. That's the future. It's basically it's actually really fucking brilliant. Because what they are building is that they are building a core system that can be used in phones, tablets, desktops, and servers. That's basically what they are building right now. The only factor or the only thing they have to modify is how big is the board that they put it on. So on a phone, it's not that big. They have phone technologies on it, and they have one connection. Hey, maybe in the future, phones don't even fucking have a USB-C connection, anything like that. It's done. Wireless charging is a thing. Bluetooth is a thing. We don't even fucking need a connection on the phone anymore. So, well, they just put the M chip, the M technologies into a phone enclosure. Well, we have a tablet. They put the M technologies into a tablet enclosure. What they're doing now, they're putting the M, technologies into a desktop enclosure. And the newest thing is that the Mac Pro, the newer version, will be an M1-based system. So it's just basically mobile phone technologies being beefed up depending on what the use case are in this case. Okay, you need a server, here's an M chip, here's an M technology chipset for that. Or you need a tablet, here's the M chips technology for that. You need a phone, here's an M chip technology for that. You need a laptop, here's an M chip technology for that. Same technology, just configured differently. It's basically like saying like, oh, I have an AMD with a AMD, I know more about NVIDIA. So it's basically just saying I have a GT 1060 or 2060 or 3060. That's the only difference in the technologies. And I have 1 terabyte of RAM, or 1 terabyte of hard drive, or I have 2 terabyte. That's the only difference. Or I have 5 connectors, I have 10 connectors, or I have no connectors. That's how it's going to be in the future with the Apple ecosystem. I suspect. I love my PC, I could care less about phones. Bug them, you're a dying race. I absolutely hate typing on a phone. I do like typing. I don't mind typing on phones and tablets. I do like it, to be honest. I like tabs. I do like my tablets also. Oh my! I hate when I scroll down. Then it jumps down to the nearest. What about PC gaming, Kent? You need a beast machine to run the latest games. PC gaming? What is the most expanded gaming market right now? Mobile phone and tablet gaming. That's the future gamers. The future live streamers, the future esports people are going to do that on something like a tablet or, something like an M chipset where it's like basically you develop your game for the M chipset or a tablet and mobile phone chipset, and then they just put it into an enclosure that's basically looking a little bit like a laptop. But this is the future. PC gaming as we know it is being morphed into tablet gaming. More and more people are playing tablet gaming, console gaming, than they are doing PC gaming. We are a dying race that only plays on PCs. And that's the sad thing. In the future, they will have phones that you just dock and play through. Yeah, exactly. You put your phone or your tablet into a dock and then you're using it as a computer. Ubuntu did that back in the day with Ubuntu Phone. If you connected your Ubuntu phone to a screen, you basically got, current version of Ubuntu running in the back end. GeForce works pretty well. Yeah, it's okay. Admitting the computer literacy are keeping disgracing. Admittedly, the computer literacy are keeping okay, I got you. Dyslexia like a motherfucker. Yeah. Anyone having a smartphone is not older than 10 years ago. Then I think the smartphone market really had a boom. Yeah, it does. Yeah, Facebook around the same time. Yeah, you're right, Bogdan. In 2010, I still had a dumb phone. Oh yeah, the N70. Yeah, I remember that one. So many open source are moving to commercial versions, plus a commercial version open source. with nothing new added and no... Yeah, they need to make money, DJ Ware. That's the thing, you know. As much as we all want this whole ecosystem of everything is out there, everyone can just take what they want and give back and stuff like that, the problem is that people like to take, but they don't want to give back. So people love open source. They love the idea behind it. But nobody wants to sit and read code on a Saturday evening. How many of you guys right now is reviewing code? How many of you right now, or how many do you know are reviewing code in the weekend? Helping development teams in open source and so on. Mostly nobody know. Most open source advocates have never looked at a fucking source code with the idea of giving back to the community. They throw a little bit of money their way, but they don't give back. And that's kind of the conundrum and the problem we have with open source is that this whole idea that we had in the beginning that everyone can look at the code, everyone will look at the code, and everyone will give back, or most people will give back, has now become that almost nobody looks at the code. Nobody gives back to the community beside the developers themselves. And that's why they need to go out to this commercializing of open source software to, well, justify this time they spend on it. I like what OpenOffice is doing. They are selling the cloud service. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'm going to upload a new Plasma Wallpaper. Oh, amazing. Commercial versions, yeah, they are adding futures and paid stuff to the community version. They're doing nothing. Or the community version, they're doing nothing. Yeah, we need a Fedora mobile phone. I think it's already out there, to be honest. Until we shape MS start playing... Until we shape MFs start paying for what we consume, we will get second tier software. Oh, okay, we are cheap motherfuckers. Okay, got you. We're cheap motherfuckers and don't want to... Yeah, okay. I got it. Yeah, this whole personal data collection stuff like that. If you're on the internet, you can't protect yourself if you're on the internet. It's the sad reality. Well, you already lost the bet. I'm giving. I know, Lamer. You can. So here's the thing, Lamer. Your problem is, and I mean, I love you, Lamer. I respect you. And I will give you a beer if I could, but here's your problem. You look up to people too much. You imitate what other people are doing. You need to be yourself. You need to stop doing what everyone else is doing and do what Lamer is doing, what Lamer wants to do. You need to be more Lamer and less everyone else. Just because I jump, or DJ Ware jump, or English Bob jump, or your grandmother jump, you need to be self-sufficient enough and be Lamer enough to say, that's interesting. But Lamer likes what Lamer is doing right now. I don't need to imitate anyone else. Because you are imitating a lot of people. You need to grow a little bit of balls, to be honest. It will come. You are a young kid. It will come. Trust me, it will come. But you are a little bit of what you will call a follower or an imitator. You just every time you see someone that you look a little bit up to, you just jump away or you try to follow in their footsteps more or less. And that's cute and it's amazing and you learn a lot from it. But you also need to learn to stand on your own feet and say, I know what you are doing. I see what you are doing. But Lamer is doing what Lamer wants. Lamer is doing what Lamer is doing. Lamer is not being tempted by the crash screen on the other side. Because what if you have a girlfriend and some other fucking girl is flashing her titties to you? Are you that easy tempted to go over to that? Because it's the crash screen on the other side. The sad reality is it rarely is better on the other side, to be honest. So... we need to, Lamer, we need to fucking, we need to put you into like a boot camp or something like that and give you a little bit of hair on your chest and you know, go do your own thing, you know, do your own thing. Let us follow you for once. You come to us and say, fuck, I just found this amazing system. None of you fucking idiots on YouTube have looked at it. Look what I just discovered, this amazing Linux distribution. Go take a look at it. Makes us follow you around. That would be fucking amazing, Lamer. And you can do it. You're a smart fucking dude. You're not stupid. And you have so many qualities that you can give out of. So use them. Be a trendsetter yourself. You have it in you, man. You really, really have it in you, man. Just do it. What else are we going here to? Could you spell Google Docs build must got anything I needed? Yeah, Google Docs is amazing. Yeah, iPad M2. Yeah, M2 iPads are fucking insane. And I think the talk is that it's migrating its way into phones soon also. Yeah, the future and present is definitely APUs. Exactly, yeah. PC gaming will be gone. Cloud gaming is... So here's the thing with cloud gaming is internet infrastructure. A lot of countries don't have good internet infrastructure. And until they either develop a new technology that makes internet gaming or cloud-based gaming less reliant on stable, high-speed internet, the infrastructure in most countries needs to be upgraded a lot. The fact that Steam Deck is so successful proves the PC desktop gaming. So the Steam Deck is not massively successful. The Steam Deck is actually not that successful. It's not selling that well. Like, think about how big a company Valve is. How many units have they sold? 1 million or something like that? That's not successful, man. Is it a lot of units? Yeah, but for a company like Valve, that's not fucking a lot of success, man. 3 major PC games are on mobile. Call of Duty, well, more and more games, like World of Warcraft, for fuck's sake, is migrating over to mobile phones. And I love World of Warcraft. I really want to play it again. I actually need to re-download it. Oh, 100% uploaded on my tablet. The two Linux users needs to shut their mouth. Yeah. I've been giving Kubuntu a try before EB jumped. Yeah, but... Yeah, Haiku. That's true. That's true, Bogdan. Haiku. Yeah, go... I need to look at Haiku, man. We can look at Haiku here in a bit on their website. Don't forget about... Yeah, Diablo Immortal, yeah. They wants to use Linux, but because that one class I need Windows. Yeah, that fucking sucks, man. But, Lama, that's the world we are living in, you know. That's the world we are living in, and... A lot of hardcore Linux fans need to recognize that's the world that we are living in. And I just noticed that I forgot to fucking remove these things over here, and it's fucking the living shit out of me. So I'll just do this. Give me a second here. There you go. Oh, this is really irritating me. I need to fix this. There you go. Yeah, titties! Going to download that today. Oh, I heard that Immortal is fucking amazingly bad. Lehman needs to grow your pubes out. That one class I have Windows installed. Have to have Windows installed on my computer because of lockdown. Yeah, you talked about that fucking browser shit. And it's really irritating, but I think the reasons why they're doing it is so people don't cheat, basically, you know. That you don't cheat on your exams and tests and whatnot. Stadia died, cloud gaming isn't gonna happen. No, it's not. We are at least 5 years away from it taking over everything. Tell the cheater I'm cheating even though I'm using a VM. Steam Deck is not successful, but for a company that only sells in-house, it kinda is. No, it's not. It's really not. 1 million units sold is a lot, but it's not a lot. You get what I'm saying? Like, how big is Valve? You know, how big is Valve? Can we see how big it is? Like, it's a $10 billion company. Okay? So Valve have historically, every hardware that Valve have done themselves have always failed. The only successful hardware that Valve have is that, like the VR thing, but they bought it when it was already successful. They have tried all of this. Their controller, their Steam controller failed. Their Steam console failed. You know, the one that was made by Razer and stuff. I think it was Razer that made it and stuff like that. Everything Valve has done beside virtual reality. Oh, the Steam. So here's some truth about the Steam controller bug then. It's really fucking badly built. Like, if people complain about it breaking and being uncomfortable and not working that well and stuff like that. They had so many problems with it. Valve have never been good at selling hardware. And at least not for a company this size. You kind of have to think of it like this. It's like you saying that Windows only selling 1 million Windows installs is really good. That's kind of what you're telling us. That's successful. It would be successful for a company like... I don't know what company could be... Like Ubuntu. Canonical. 1 million sold units for Canonical is big. You know, that's massive. But 1 million sold company for the dominant player in the gaming market. Like, Valve is probably the most successful gaming company on Earth. And probably also the company that makes most money on Earth within gaming. It's probably the biggest gaming-related company on Earth right now. They are controlling a store that over 90% of people are using. I don't know that for a fact if it's over 90%, but I don't think it's that much far from it. And they still only managed to sell 1 million fucking Steam Decks. I don't see that as... Is it a lot? Is it great? Yeah, but I don't see that as a, yay, go well, you did something good. I'm like, I expected more. Even with 2 million, I would be like, yeah, that's fucking not a lot. Like, you have that big of a market within gaming and... Yeah... Like, don't get me wrong, I think it's amazing that they managed to do it, and if it... Here's what I'm afraid of. It's the quality control of the Steam Deck. Because if the quality of control is as bad as everything else they make besides the HTC Vive, we are into big troubles. And I don't want that. I don't want that. Not because it wants Linux, but I want someone to compete with Nintendo and the likes on the handheld gaming market, because it gives you, the consumer, better products. So, you know, the Nintendo Switch is not the dominant force. It's always beneficial for you, the consumer, to have competition in the market. I don't think the Steam controller sold that well, Bogdan, to be honest. I use my phone to cheat as fuck. Easy as fuck. Just put your head down and... Yeah, don't cheat. So here's the thing, Cheese. When you are cheating in anything in life, you're really only cheating one person, that's yourself. You're not cheating the teachers. You're not cheating your company. You're not cheating anyone else but yourself. If you are cheating, it's only going to hurt you. No one else but you. So why the fuck do you want to cheat? I never understood why people want to cheat, because you're only hurting yourself. Your teachers or the people that you cheat, they don't give a fuck. They may be angry because they expected more of you. But in the end, how can cheating hurt others? Like, if you cheat on a test or an exam, how is that hurting anyone but you? So I'm hiring you because of your exam. You passed an exam, or you have an exam score. I'm hiring you, and then I figure out that you really are not qualified to the job that I hired you for, even though your paper says so. So I'm kicking you out of the company. And when someone is calling and say, "Oh, what do you think about this dude?" or do that. I'm like, well, on paper they seem to be great, but in practice they don't know what the fuck they're doing. So you're cheating yourself out of a career here. Unless you learn what you should have been learning in school really fucking fast. You get what I'm saying here? If you're talking about emotional cheating and stuff like that, yeah. If you cheat in the content, you may steal money from the real winner. So here's the thing. If you get caught stealing, what happens with the prize money? You have to give it back. Look at all of those people that have cheated in gaming competitions and stuff like that. They had to fucking pay the money back. And you can also end up in legal problems by stealing like that in competitions or contests. You can actually get into legal troubles because you're breaching the contract. It's just how much do they want to get out of it or do about it. So you are, again, it's going, yes, you are taking money away from people, but you are also hurting yourself, mostly hurting yourself. Because they probably also have some fucking form of insurance that if someone is cheating or stealing the money, they can get most of it back, if not all of it back. I like your titties, yeah. Gabin's titties are mine. But if you're talking about emotional cheating and relationship cheating and stuff like that, yeah. Well, you're starting now. That's great. Yeah, don't get caught, of course. Yeah. But again, you know you fuck things up, you know. So it's still like, you know, you still have to live with yourself. Some people can, but some people can't. So what's going on with good old Haiku? I think they just did some USB connection thingy. I fucking love Haiku. I love Haiku more than I like Linux. Let Linux be on the desktop. Oh, sorry. Let Linux be on the server market and the corporate world. I don't give a fuck about that. Let's just Linux rule the server market and let Linux take over the workstations and the rendering farms for Hollywood. I don't give a fuck about that. But give me Haiku on the desktop. Give me fucking Haiku on the desktop. It's an amazing... Like... The kernel design, the file system... There's so many technologies that most fucking systems nowadays are not even compatible with, like, on a technological level. I need something to drink because I can't speak. Like, you guys should go and look up BOS demonstrations from the 90s. And they are demonstrating things they did in 1999 and 98 on the BOS that is the parent, so to speak, of Haiku OS. That to this day, fucking Linux and Windows will struggle doing. Or not having an easy time doing. And BOS just stated, like, you are farting right now. It like, oh my god, BOS, like, oh. You guys, man, if you were not around in the late 90s and experienced BOS on hardware back then compared to Windows and Linux, you were really missing out. You really missed out on an amazing experience. This whole Linux is fast and Linux is speed and all that you think up in your head. What if that was in a reality? And it was that for BOS in the 90s. It was so much faster than anything else there. It had proper multitasking. Before Linux, Windows, or any other system had it. You could turn off it this is how crazy it was. You could render a video, and by the click of a button, you could turn off a fucking physical CPU from within the fucking system. Just like, boink! Now we're only running one CPU. Boink! Now we're running two CPUs. And the software just took advantage of that on the fly. Can Linux do that? I don't know if you can render a video under Linux and then disable one fucking core or CPU without it crapping its pants. I don't know if Windows can do it. BOS did that in the fucking 90s, man. Like, hey, oh man, you go look up BOS demonstration, and you have to remember this is the base that Haiku is based on. I'm 18. I missed out on a lot of things. You have not missed out on a lot of things, but you have missed out of some things. And when you get older, you will say the same to other people, that there are a few things that you have missed out on, but you are not missed much. There are a few things, of course, like you missed out on the experience of the early days of the internet. You know, like how the internet was in the early days. But, you know, when you get old, you will say, oh my god, you are missing out on having your own desktop. That's what you will be saying when you are like getting old and cray and cranky. You're like, oh my god, you guys, we had these big fucking noisy machines with LEDs all over the place and fucking cables running all over the fucking floors and stuff like that. Oh, you should have experienced computing back then. It was way more pure and amazing and stuff like that. We were more connected with our hardware. We didn't just buy and throw out. We actually bought our systems and upgrading them and stuff like that. You're going to tell that story one day. Can't wait to learn from my son's experience. You can't learn, Bogdan. You can never learn. The only thing you can learn is that you need to run away from a creeper in Minecraft. On how bad the internet is. Oh yeah. Yeah, the early days of the internet. So, if you can think it, and I really mean this, if you can think it, you could access it on the internet in the early days. You look at the dark web, the Tor network, that was the internet in the early days. That was how it was for like a couple of years or so, until people started to, you know, realize that a lot of illegal shit was going on the internet. But you could buy everything, you could get everything, you could download everything. It was a free-for-all. And nobody knew how to fucking control it for a short while. So you just went bonkers. But of course, then when we figure out how to regulate it, that also means that, well, we have allowed this to go on for a short while, so the punishment for doing what you were doing in the early days was massively overproportional. Because they kind of have to, like, well, we have allowed people to do all of these illegal stuff on the internet without them getting punished. So from now on and upwards, we are over-punishing everyone else to make sure that people are not doing it again. You know? But yeah, like... it was like, the things you could buy, man. It will make the Tor network look like a fucking, you know, nun or something like that. Oh. Maybe it's so obscure that they fucking can't, it's hard to find. There you go. BOS demo, like look at all of these, we can play this in the background while we are talking. Using Haiku OS as a daily, oh Dan Wood, he makes actually, this is actually a really, really good video, I've shown it before. Yeah, it's amazing, man. I remember the old days of the internet. The page cannot be displayed. Yeah, like remember. Look, just getting a picture of boobies on the screen. That could take like about a minute. So you have to wait a minute for it to load boobies. And then in that minute, a lot of teachers and moms and dads could go past you and see what the fuck you were doing. Oh, she has a nice face. Is that massive titties you were showing there, my little kid? Yes, mom. And then you get a slap in the back of your neck. Yeah. Yeah, the 2 world wars, yeah. So let's not hope that comes more of that shit. Yeah, he will see the future, we will not, exactly. Those were the exciting sides because you had more options, more OSs came out. Yeah, like, so if you like operating systems, like the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s was your fucking jam. Yeah, the computer chronicles are really amazing. It's a really good archive of what was going on back in the day. So remember, this here is done on a system from 1999. What you're seeing here is from 1999, 98, 2000, 2001-ish. So you may say, oh, I can do this today with the same effort. Yeah, but you could not do these things in 1999 or 1998 on any operating system. Any operating system. Without it crapping his pants. So you have to remember, this was your dad's operating system's time. I fucking loved it, man. Like, if you want me to go into full-blown fanboy mode, that would be BOS. I am heavily biased towards it. I will call it the best operating system ever made, even though by it can't not be that. Of course it cannot be that. It like, nothing is the best thing ever made, okay? But I will still say it's the best operating system ever made. I am heavily biased. Again, this is from 1998. This is probably version 5, and I think that came out in 1999 or 2000, something like that. And this is done mostly in software. They don't have beefy hardware. They have like probably a dual-core CPU, not dual core CPU, dual CPUs. So more than one CPU, so one core for each CPU. So BOS, the company B, they predicted that computer cores would be the new standard instead of clock speed. And they were right. So they built their operating system up to take advantages of it's on a 300 megahertz dual PC Pentium 2. A Pentium 2. And it's doing stuff that modern day, like what we just saw here, rendering 3D animations, doing all these crazy things. Some operating system on current lesser hardware would, or more, let me try again. These workloads that you just see here could to some extent get computers today to fuck up. But yeah, be the company that made BOS. They predicted that more cores will be the future. They just thought it was more physical CPUs instead of, dual cores and stuff like that. But they predicted that like 10 years before its time. Before it became a reality. And they were so ahead of their time, man. They were fucking, like, stuff like this in 1999, 2000, Here, that demo you saw, that they actually physically turned off one CPU. Where is Haiku today in terms of development? Really slow. really slow. It's over 20 years old. And they don't even have our official release yet. It's only beta 2 or 3, sorry. So yeah, we will all probably be dead and gone before they have a version 1.0. And that's how we dressed back then. Fucking hell. Styles are really a thing. She's having a bottle over there, that little cute girl. So the Haiku developers have ported a lot of Qt apps over to Haiku. So a lot of the things that we have here that's Qt based, it actually works. So we have KDN Live on Haiku, we have Kwrite, we have, a lot of Qt applications works really well on the Haiku. I don't know why they did Qt, probably because it was more compatible, I don't know, instead of GTK, but they are heavily focused on Qt applications. It's still doing this fucking thing down here with this icon here. I need to configure this here. And now it's really going bonkers. Yeah, it's too big there. It's a little bit better. He looks like a fucking someone that will eat your child or something like that. Yeah, they were really giving companies like Microsoft and Apple and IBM with their OS2 and stuff like that a massive run for their money, man. User interface. Here they are doing a lot of demos and you can see this little thing here. This is where you can go in and turn on and off your CPU cores and stuff. And you can do that today with Haiku. It shows all the cores that you, like, if you have a 12-core CPU, it will show all 12 cores. And you can turn on and off the cores while your operating system are running. You don't have to go into the BIOS or anything like that to turn it on and off. The system can turn them on and off for you. So you can benchmark, let's say, run... I don't know if Unity Heaven or Heaven Unity, what the fuck it's called, is available on the Haiku, but let's pretend it was. And you want to see how does this hardware configuration function with 4 cores. You just open up that app. Where is it? Let's see if I can find it again. Yeah, this app here, CPU monitor, and you just click these green buttons and you just turn all cores off, so you only have 4 left, and then you're benchmarking it on a 4-core CPU. I have not seen any operating system to this day that can do the same thing without you having to reboot the system. To this day. And it's 22 years or 20 years ago. I have not seen an operating system that can handle that to this day. Where you can just click a button and then disable a core. Without the system fucking crapping itself. Think about this. 1999 or 2000. It's mind-boggling. Again, I don't know if Linux can do that. I don't know if Windows can do that. If you make an app that do it for, a program that do it for you. I don't know that, but I have not seen it done on any other operating system to this day. Where you just click a button and say, oh, let's disable 5 cores, 2 cores, 4 cores. I've not seen that to this day. And that's kind of what is like, kind of like why haven't, like, so it's not the thing that you can turn it on and off. That's the oh, you stupid idiot, you have an app that can turn off cores. That's not that's the fascinating thing about it. It's that you could do it while the operating system was running without it crapping its pants. That's the fascinating thing about it. It would be like you went over to your computer right now and took out 50% of your cores. and Windows or Linux would just still be running and doing its thing. It would just be a little bit slower. Just think about that for a while. Like it's it's like fucking. What are you talking about? See there, they were running one. I need to install Haiku and show you guys that one day. But yeah, here it is. So he's trying to run Haiku for a day to do everything that he needs to do. And he didn't succeed, by the way. He didn't succeed. But that the operating system could handle that was fucking amazing. And if you want to talk about a nice community, you will not find a nicer community than you do with the B developers. Also with the Haiku developers. Probably because they're that small of a team and that tight knit of a team. Rich's random retro reviews. Why do you not have more subscribers, my friend? BOS Live CD demo. PC plus cover. CDs from 1991 or 1999. Come on, stop doing this thing. Why are you being a bitch? Oh my god, look how ugly computers used to be. Why are you being a bitch? Load. Oh, YouTube, or my words machine is having a hissy fit again. What are you doing here? I think I've watched him before. Oh my god, the first iPod Nano. Oh my god. Oh yeah, Sheep Shaver. Oh, you can run old Mac OS on. Oh, Why did you crap your pants, by the way? Oh, we have an ad. Come on, I don't want to see ads. Let's take some coffee. There's a moose. You phone down the fucking thingy. And you're having a coffee. Tech for my teens. He seems to have a lot of good content here. Why, What happened? Did you kill a child or something like that? What happened? You should have way more subscribers, man. He's from the United Kingdom. What does your Twitter and Instagram say? No. I don't know how to read this. So it's burned off 4,000 calories. That's only twice as much as you normally would. He's exercised for 30 minutes. Well, if you're not exercising, that's probably a good thing. Yeah, I accept everything. Go away. I'm still learning to be gentle. Oh, I used to really want one of these iMac or MacBook Pros back in the day. They were so fucking beautiful for the time. Mystify. Yeah, the login prompts are fucking irritating, man. Yeah, and now it's coming up. It wants you to log in. It's really irritating. But still to this day, so question time. Let's disregard that it's an Apple product and there's a lot of hate towards Apple products and stuff like that. But let's say this was a Linux PC that, you know, Bogdan made his own Linux company. and this is the PC. This is the design for the PC that he's selling today. Would you buy it? If he was like, this is my name the distribution, call it the blue Linux box, blue and white Linux box. Would you buy this today and be happy with how it looks like? I think I would. I would not be against having this on my desk. Then put a penguin on here instead. But just imagine this is a new company making computer hardware and selling you a Linux computer that looks like this. Of course, with better hardware in it, you know, like SSDs and, you know, modern hardware inside it, not old hardware. But I'm talking about the case design, not the hardware inside it. So if Bogdan was like Bogdan's Linux company Incorporated was selling this to you, yeah, I wouldn't mind it either. I think it's not like it's not the most beautiful thing in the world, but it's not ugly. It could be a good kid's PC. You know, having it on a kid's you know, room or something like that. There's no class they need to be aware of breaking and shit like that. It's, you know, and it's kind of design is, and I think it's beautiful. Yeah, I like it. The dustbin Mac. Yeah, I like those also, yeah. Yeah, Apple knows how to fucking design hardware. Like the monitor, yeah. I'm a little bit like, it looks a little bit too much like a fucking candy you put in your mouth. It's a little bit too childish. And so to talk a little bit about Mac users versus Windows users and stuff like that. Yeah, they are expensive. They are expensive. But here's what I like. I find funny is that the Windows world, they're like, oh, why would I pay so much for the design of an Apple computer? And I'm like, so you agree that Apple makes beautiful hardware? They have made hardware that's not that, but in general, Apple makes beautiful hardware. Yeah. But you don't want to pay for the design of it. You know, you don't want to pay extra for a well-designed product. But you are okay with buying a computer and put LEDs in it, do water cooling and all that shit, where you actually end up spending more money than what a Macintosh would cost. So you're basically buying a design. It's just your design. So you're okay with paying premium for design if it's your design and not other people's design. And then you see people buying overly priced pre-built computers with water cooling and LEDs and all that fucking shit. But they still don't want to buy a Apple because I don't want to pay for the design. But you just bought a computer with LEDs all over the, you know, bathing LEDs all over the place. And again, it's just like, so make up your mind, please. Is it really that you don't want to pay for the design, or is it just that you don't want to pay an Apple product because you don't like Apple? Like, just be honest about it, you know, like, just be like, yeah, it's beautiful, it's pretty, but I don't want to pay the price because it's an Apple product. Just be honest about that. There's nothing wrong with that. There's, you know, there are companies I don't want to pay their or buy their products because it's from that company. I don't like the company, I don't like what they stand for, or I've had, you know, past bad experience with said company. So I'm like, well, I don't care how good you say it is, or how pretty it looks, or how functional it may be. I'm just not going to buy that product because it's from that company. And yeah, I may not be right in that assumption, but it's just like, you know, personal preference. They are like, they get funded quite a lot, to be honest. Like, this is not, you know, pocket money when you think about how small the whole ecosystem for Haiku is. Oh, they have a financial report out. Oh, full release. What are they saying here? Oh, Haiku has no webcam support. So this this is kind of the statement that you hear a lot with Haiku is that it's 99% complete, but not 100%. It's really fun. Oh, someone is oh, that's this via Vine. Ah. Yeah, I do have a soft spot in my heart for Haiku. I really do. I wish it was... oh, they're doing a Wayland compatibility layer. Interesting. So I wish I was an amazing, talented developer. Because I would not, I would not bat an eyelid being just sitting developing Haiku apps and stuff like that, and make Haiku, develop for Haiku as much as I could to get it ready for the desktop. I would not mind that at all. But first of all, I'm not that good. I'm not a developer at all. And even if I could develop 24 hours a day, it will still not be enough. Like, so my dream, if I ever became a billionaire, I would hire a team of 100 people or something like that. Maybe 1,000, or maybe 100 people. 1,000 people would be way too expensive. But 100 people probably. To work full time on Haiku to make it into a release, to make it a thing. And part of that would be having a Windows subsystem for Linux kind of thing for Haiku. Because if Haiku could get something like a Windows subsystem for Linux, that would be massive. Massive. Because you could still run a lot of Linux programs and stuff like that with Haiku in the back end. But there's just not room for more operating systems. That's the sad reality of it. And if you're like if you are a financial or business savvy guy, you'd be like, so you're basically trying to do with Haiku what Linux has been trying to do for 30 years. Why don't you take a lot of those billions and do what Mark Spaceman has done with Ubuntu, and then do that for the desktop instead of the server market with Linux? And that would be a really, 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 really great argument. Because Linux is closer to be ready for the desktop than Haiku is. So maybe convert the Haiku file system over to Linux. And the Haiku kernel, well, then it's not Linux anymore, is it? Because Haiku is using a microkernel. Maybe working on a version of Linux, the kernel, that's a hybrid kernel. Paying like 20 people to do that. So you get better hardware driver protection and stuff like that. I want one, but don't want to deal with the upgrade. So here's the thing. I really fucking want a Mac. Like, I really want... like, the M1 Mac or M2 Mac Mini, when that comes out, I really want a Mac. I'm not going to lie. I really want a current Mac. I have an old MacBook 2011. I don't use it that much because it's getting too fucking... it's getting too slow. It's like a dual-core, 4-core hyper-threaded kind of thing with 2 gigs of RAM. I may upgrade the RAM at some point. And right now it's running Manjaro. But I use it like a couple of times a month because I have a tablet. I'd rather sit with my tablet when I'm a couch potato. But it's a great system. It also have Mac OS Catalina or something like that on it. And there's just something about the Apple ecosystem. When you are in the Apple ecosystem, it's an experience like no... Like, it's like coming to the future, you know. You see those movies where when you go into the room, you know, your phone automatically connects to your PC and stuff like that. It's like they're so ahead of their time with a lot of things that they are doing. It's and the M chipsets and stuff like that, you know, for rendering videos and whatnot. That's probably what I'm most excited about, because I am going to save up for iMac. So I want to upgrade my PC, but I'm also debating of, do I upgrade my PC or do I buy an iMac? That's kind of where I'm at. So, like I said, my plan next year was to upgrade my PC. And if a graphic card, like a 3060 or whatever the equivalent of that is, you know, like the entry-level gaming graphic card is half the price of a Mac Mini still. Why not just buy a Mac Mini that can last me for years, like 10-ish years or 5-6 years, where the graphic card may only last me, you know, 2 or 3 or 4 or maybe 4 or 5 years, and then I need a new one, and then get like a Xbox One or something, not Xbox One, but get an Xbox that probably still have close to 10 years left on its, you know, on well, maybe not 10, but 5 or 6 years left of its lifespan. And then I don't have to upgrade anything. Then, because my idea kind of is that the one that I'm running this virtual machine on, that's running Windows, I will then boot Windows from this PC. And then this will be my Linux PC. And then my iMac, or not my iMac, my Mac Mini would become my day-to-day PC. Or daily driver. So when I am going to do Linux things or run virtual machine stuff and stuff like that, I will do it on my Linux computer that I'm, you know, the one that runs Windows right now. And then, you know, when I have to edit and stuff like that, maybe doing live stream, I can do live stream on either systems. I can do that and then have an Xbox for gaming. Because the programs that are holding me back for Linux or from using Linux full time works really well on Mac hardware. So it's one of those things. But here's the thing: I have one Mac OS before. From 2008 to 2011-ish, I had an iMac where I mained it from 2008 to about 2010. And then I bought a cheap computer, and then I was having both PC and Mac at the same time. Yeah, you don't have to. So here's the thing with Apple hardware: you don't upgrade as often. So the price tends to, you use your hardware longer than you would PC hardware. So they kind of end up costing the same in the long run. And going over to console gaming, I've done it before with the PlayStation 3. Because I didn't have a gaming PC at that point. So for like 2 or 3 years, I was a PlayStation 3 gamer. And I didn't really mind that, to be honest. And the few games that I want to play are Mac compatible also. So World of Warcraft and some other games I can run on Mac hardware, or at least I could back then. I haven't checked if they run under Rosetta or are be ported also Mac compatible. But yeah, iMacs are great, man. Yeah, I do like the design of them. Yeah, they do suck for gaming. I was giving a Mac Mini for my son. He got back after a year. I find Macs confusing and restrained. That's kind of the debate with Mac OS, is that for Apple to be able to do the things they do with the software, hardware, and ecosystem, they need to control it, and they need to protect the operating system against its user. They need to make sure that the user don't fuck up the operating system. And to do that, they have to limit what the user can and can't do. You know? So they can do more things with it. And a lot of people say that that's why they love Mac OS, is because they can't do a lot of things. It kind of forces them to focus on what they really need to do. So they don't sit and tinker, they actually are doing productive work. The funny thing is, they get away with it, but Windows don't. So I think why Apple gets away with restricting its user is the way that they are doing it. They are packaging it in a neat package. You know, it's beautiful. The user experience, you know, the experiencing running and using Apple products is unrivaled. You know, the UI design, the UIX design, the look and feel of it. No one does it as good as Apple does. So they're doing a lot of things that makes you be like, okay, I can maybe not do the exact same things and stuff like that, but so for every time, for everything that they restrict, they also give you something back. Where Windows is basically just restricting you, or trying to restrict you, without giving you anything back. It's the same with GNOME. That's why I don't like GNOME so much. They are taking away features, they are restricting the user, and they are not giving the user anything back. So if you take something, you have to give something back. And I think Apple is really good at doing that. They're really good at looking at what part of the operating system can we take away or restrict, but then give the user something else. You know, like something as fucking simple as the biometric login they have. Yes. Lenovo have had that finger reader and stuff like that for decades, but it's not as good as Apple's version of it. That's the thing. A lot of the technologies that they're doing have been done before, but not as good. iPhones make macOS big. Kinda not. Because before, like if you're talking about operating systems, macOS was exploding way before the iPhone. The iPhone made Apple a shit ton of money though. Like, the iPhone to some extent made the company what it is today. And of course the iPhone is part of why Apple can do what they're doing and stuff like that. The same with the tablet. But macOS was already like rocking before that came out. And had a lot of, like I said, what we talk about today, they did that back then also with macOS. To such a high degree that, again, like macOS has always been an operating system that people always admired, but hated at the same time. They're like, oh, that's neat. Oh, it looks great. It's doing this amazing thing. Oh, but it's Apple. Oh, but it's restricted. Oh, they're taking this and that. Oh, it's massively expensive. Oh, it's only working on Apple hardware. Like, think, I'm going to make a bold statement, and you guys can kick me in the balls for this, but if Apple made macOS or allowed macOS to be run on any hardware whatsoever, or that it was not Mac hardware also, it could potentially push Linux out of the software market completely, or the desktop market. So if you could download macOS for free right now and install it on your computer, I will predict a shit ton of Linux users will stop using Linux. Because here's the thing with macOS that a lot of people tend to forget, is that a lot of the things that you can do on Linux, you can do on macOS. There's a whole... like macOS kind of have its own version of Windows subsystem for Linux. And it's way better than Windows subsystem for Linux. It's called Homebrew. You can run almost any, not all of course, but a lot of open source programs that we are running under Linux today, you can run under macOS using this emulation layer here. Really simple, really easy, really fast. Like, so you're getting, and again, this is what people tend to forget, is that if macOS became available on any hardware, you will be getting what macOS users have been getting for over a decade, and why they love it is you're getting the best of both worlds. You're getting the best from the Unix Linux world, plus the best from the closed down corporate proprietary world. So a lot of your favorite programs that you like from the proprietary world, a lot of the hardware support for peripherals and stuff like that from the proprietary world, and so on, works under macOS. Plus, it's like if you go into the command line under macOS, it's Unix-like, just like Linux is Unix-like. So you can do a lot of the same shit behind the curtains as you can under Linux. Is it as customizable? No. But you can do a lot of the same thing. Developing under macOS is just as easy and convenient as developing under Linux. Whereas setting up Python and stuff like development environment under Windows is a little bit of a hassle. So you're getting the best of both worlds. The only downfall is that to get that experience, you have to buy an expensive piece of hardware. That's kind of like where a lot of people like me is like, okay, to get this amazing experience that I really want, I have to buy this expensive piece of hardware. I will plain out say right now that if I could download macOS and they allowed it, I could install it on my computer, it would be running macOS. I would be running macOS on my computer tomorrow. And not this Hackintosh shit and stuff. No, they supported it. And I even think that they could take out a big part of Windows if they allowed that to happen. And they fostered that community, they talk to hardware developers and they talk to Nvidia, AMD, and all that fucking shit to get more peripherals and more hardware to work with macOS. I think they could outcompete, or maybe not outcompete, they could definitely outcompete Linux way more than they're doing today. But they could probably also take a big chunk off the Windows market share. And they will still make a shit ton of money because of their mobile and their tablets that they have right now. Because iPhones and iPads is what makes Apple money. That's their money cow. So doing this is not going to hurt them. Like in the 90s when they had these... So in the 90s you could get licensed Macintosh. So it was basically a computer running macOS, what I'm talking about right now. But back then they didn't have anything else to make money on. They made money off Apple computers. So they were hurting themselves, because why buy an expensive Apple computer when they could buy like a whatever name computer running macOS for 30% less. But today they do have money cows. They have the iPhone, they have the iPads, they have iWatches and all that fucking shit. So the computer market of the Apple company is actually not that big. The computer portion. If you think about it, with their income and stuff like that. They probably make like most of their income on everything else but their iMacs and their Mac Minis and MacBook Pros. But it's part of the ecosystem, of course, so they need it. So it would not hurt them financially that much, I don't think, if they allowed macOS to be just a Linux distribution, for lack of a better word, or a distribution you can install on any hardware you want. It could actually help them. Here's the thing, even if, let's say, you have to pay $20-30 to get macOS run on your PC hardware, I would still do it. They could make a little bit of money that way also. And I think a lot of people would be doing that. Because right now, like in the 90s, they were relying on their MacBooks and their Macs to be sold to make money. Now they are making money on different hardware, basically. Phones and tablets. Again, if you want to see what the future is, look at what Apple is doing. What is their biggest... what is the hot bread in the Apple world? Peripherals, tablets, and phones. So why not allow everyone to just run macOS? It didn't work in the 90s because they needed macOS. That was kind of like one of their biggest sales point, strong sales point was macOS in the 90s. Nowadays, macOS is not the big cash cow. And iMacs and Mac Minis and MacBooks are not the big cash cow. That's iPhones and stuff like that. So why not open up macOS to everyone? Even if you have to pay for it. $50, I would still pay for it. $60, probably still pay for it. It's a game. Price it as a AAA game. I would still pay for it. I would. I honestly would, and I think a lot of people would. And yeah, Apple products are designed to draw you to other Apple. Exactly, and that's just good marketing. It's just good marketing. I don't care much about open source either. Honestly. Yeah, the iPhone SE. I hear they are stepping down production of the iPhone SE. I hear that they are stepping down production of it. I don't know if that, but it is true. But yeah, they are not going to make that many iPhone SE anymore. Production slowdown. Yeah, production cut by 20%. They will cut it down by 20%. I don't think they will probably release it. They care too much about the ecosystem. Yeah, I think you're right, Cheese. I do think you're right on that one, yeah. But it's a shame. It really is a shame. If you think about it. It would be great if I could run Linux Mobile OS on old iPhone hardware. Like, yeah, that could actually be great, yeah. That would be a massive undertaking considering they will have to develop 1,000 of hardware. So not really. Because you have to think about this, CG. Is that macOS is so close to Linux that it's not. It is an undertaking to get hardware support, of yes, but it's not that difficult either. I am sure. Well, there are already NVIDIA drivers and AMD drivers for macOS out there. They already have. I see no problem. I don't think that NVIDIA or AMD and stuff like that would have no problem supporting macOS if that was the case. Because what are they, like 15-30% of the market share? If that goes up to 20-30%, that's a big market they can earn a lot of money on. And they can use the Linux base as a base, the Linux drivers as a base. We could become the beta testers to some extent, and then use the Linux drivers as a base to jump off on. Because I think the driver stack under macOS, I think that's a forked version of the driver stack from BSD, that is working a lot the same way as it is with Linux. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but I don't think it will be that difficult either, because they are using a lot of the same technologies behind the scenes as Linux is. Where if you compare, you know, Mac OS with Windows, it's like night and day. Where Linux and Mac OS could be like cousins or something like that. So they share a lot of the same stuff. But again, I'm just speculating here, but I don't think it would be that difficult, to be honest. Just look at, like I said, with the home preview here. Like, this is somewhat easy. I think it's done in a container-ish kind of thing. Isn't part of their success that they have full control over the hardware? Yeah, over the hardware, but that don't mean that he needs to have full control over the software also. So Mac OS is not based on BSD. So Mac OS used to, and here's the thing, Mac OS is based on a system that was developed in the 90s called Next Step. But Mac OS, as it was, like Mac OS of 2000 is not the same Mac OS we have today. Like we are talking about, I think Mac OS 10 came out in 2001 or 2 or something like that. So we're talking over 20 years of development that has, you know, evolution since those days. But originally, they used a lot of the Next Step base that was a Unix-like system using, I think it was the sound stack from BSD, the driver stack from BSD, and some other bits and bobs from BSD, and the rest was done in-house. Over time, more and more of that code has become more of Apple's own code, if that makes sense. So there are probably code that dates back to the Next Step days, but more and more of that original BSD code has been modified or rewritten and stuff like that to become more Apple code, for a lack of a better word. So that may be the case that they had a lot of BSD code in them. Today, they don't really have that much BSD code in them. I think I saw a study one day on an article where they talked about that there's almost no BSD code left in it. And then there's some say that they still use the driver stack and so on. Then there's some saying that, you know, it's in between. You know, either they say there's no, or it's still there, or it's in between. And I will guess it's in between. But just because they use BSD code don't mean that it functions the same as BSD. Because the BSD license allows you to take the code and modify it and not give back to the community. So they may take the code and modify the living shit out of it. It's not going to benefit BSD. I think they do, though. But it's really easy to see. There's Apple open source projects. We can go in and look at that. A fun fact: Chrome used to be based on WebKit. That is an Apple tool developed by Apple. Here, Kubernetes. A lot of you guys and girls out there know about this technology. That's an Apple technology. There's actually a lot of open source projects that we use and love today that originated from Apple or had its root in Apple. So Swift, WebKit, Foundation Database, ResearchKit, CareKit, Password Management Resource, Swift NIO, Core ML Tools, Service Talk, community projects, Kubernetes, Apache Cassandra, LVM. So, what is the COPS? You know, the printer tool. Apple own that shit. Apache SpeakNAD, Apache Solar. So if we go in here and we say COPS, I think that's how you spell it. Or is it with P? I can't remember. Yeah, here. Developer Apple. They own this module. Yeah, Darwin. Yeah, but Darwin is just look at it like this. So just like has Apple not another not another no, Apple only have the CNX kernel, what the fuck it's called, can't remember what it's called. But so look at Darwin like this. Look at Darwin like Fedora for Red Hat. You know, so Darwin is Fedora and Mac OS is Red Hat. So what they do, maybe not exactly like this, but think about it like this, is that they take Darwin and then they freeze it and you know they modify it to become Mac OS. Just like the Fedora is what Red Hat do with Fedora. When there's a new Red Hat release coming out, they take some version of Fedora. It don't have to be the current version of Fedora, but some version of Fedora. They freeze the repositories. They fork them all to make their own Red Hat repositories, and then they modify everything they need to modify, bug fix it, security fix it, test the living shit out of it, and then they make a new Red Hat release. And that's kind of the relationship. You can look a little bit like Darwin versus Mac OS. I don't know if they do it the exact same way. I need to look into that at some day. It's actually really, really interesting. But yeah, there was a lot of, I think Apple bought cops or something like that. And there was a lot of fucking angry people in the Linux community when this happened. When Apple took control over cops. A lot of, well, they're the original author then. Well, yeah. Nix packages had a lot of stuff for it, I guess. Have been following the repository. Have been following the. I haven't looked at Nix packages. I haven't actually really looked at Nix OS. So back in the day, cops was how we printed under Linux. I don't think it is anymore because they said here it's for iOS, iPad, and Mac OS. But yeah, we used to use this a lot back in the day. Actually, for a long time. So if we go in here and we do... I think it's still being used today. It looks. How old is this article here? Yeah, I don't think it's that because we have other services that makes it more administratable and easy to administrate, like front end and stuff like that. But yeah, you can still use it as a print server under Ubuntu. I just don't know how old this article is. Last updated 2 years ago. So yeah, they have done something to it. Install S8 is over 7 years old, okay. 6 months ago. So they're still doing stuff with it 5 months ago. Interesting. 183 repositories. Swift Package Manager. They're doing a lot with Swift, but Swift is like also an Apple technology, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 8 days ago they did something with cops. Yep, Apple. Yeah. Batch processing gateway. Here, Sino, Darwin. This is the one I was talking about. 21 days ago. That's that kernel. They have a lot of stuff. Not as much as Linux and Microsoft, of course, but... And now we're going down to like a year, it's over a year old. Yeah, so I think this is their kernel. Yeah, kernel, yeah. So here, Xeno is a hybrid kernel combining the Mach kernel developed at Carnegie Mellon University with components from FreeBSD and C++ APIs for written drivers called IO kits. Xeno runs on blah 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 blah, single and multi-core blah blah blah. What do we have here? So here, BSD subsystem code. So we can actually go in here and see how much that's from BSD. Click. So this is I think this is what you will call the BSD code that's still in the kernel. We have some security, we had some NFS, we had the man pages, crypto, some ARM code. This is the kernel or something. But you see here like 2 years old, 17 months, 17 months, 17 months, 2 years old. They're not done much with this BSD code here. So what is this? Interesting. I have seen people installing Darwin on x86 computers, but it's really difficult. Diskless. Well, there's code down here from Next Computer. In this and Barclay, FreeBSD. Kernel crypto. What is this? There's there a couple of more than one license mental into this here. But what is it? Oh, the SSL implementation. Oh, no. With Netscape SS. Oh my god, Netscape. Holy fuck. Okay, last commit. Yeah, 2011. Okay. So if you look at all of this, you know, like compared to all of these things, there's not much BSD code in it, to be honest. libsys calls. OS. What is this? So they're translating Mac exceptions to Unix signals. Interesting. I can't fucking... The Mac kernel. Parallel computing. It's one of the earliest examples of a microkernel. 85. Oh my god. Oh, it's not being developed anymore? Are you deprecated? Are you out of commission? Oh, GNU Hurt is based on the Mac kernel. That's the Free Software Foundation's kernel that they're developing. I think they're still developing it. Oh yeah, it stopped in 2004. Aww. So the virtual memory system was adopted into FreeBSD 4.4 or BSD 4.4. No, Hurt will never be finished, of course it will. So Mac is the logical successor to Cambridge Mellon's ancient kernel. The lead developer of the Mac project, Richard whatever, has been working at Microsoft since 1991. He founded the Microsoft Research Division. Another of the original Mac developers, whatever his name is, was formerly head of software at Next, then chief technology. So the people that was responsible for the Mac kernel went one to Apple, one to Microsoft. So it would not be unheard of to think that both the Mac kernel and the Windows kernel have code from the Mac project in it. It will not be out of the realm of possibilities that we could basically say that the NT kernel could be based on stuff from the Mac kernel, and Apple is... So is the Mac kernel the father of all kernels nowadays? Interesting. You see, every road turns back to... No, every road leads to Rome is what I'm trying to say. Well, yeah. the last release of the herd kernel was in 2016. It's old. Why do everything from the GNU project look like it came out in the fucking 70s? Why don't they update anything? Like, this is like how websites look like in the 90s. Microsoft Research, MSR. Is it still around? Corporate Vice President Lily Chang, I think is the name. Holy shit! Between 2010 and 2018, 154,000 AI patents were filed worldwide. Where Microsoft by far have the largest percent of those patents at 20%. Shit. Microsoft is spending about $6 billion annually in research initiative from 2000 to 2010. And has spent from 10 to 14 billion annually since 2010. Like, how on earth is Linux going to compete with this? Like, this is one big play area within Microsoft Research. Imagine you just go in there, they have like over 500 employees in 2016. You're basically just being told, figure shit out, try new shit. You know? That must be so much fun, man. Like, they are probably sitting on technologies in there that if we saw it, we would think it was coming from a fucking spaceship or something like that. Alien, but it's like probing machines from fucking sci-fi movies. Holy crap. Like, they have probably researched and developed shit that we are using under Linux today. Data science, research intern. Holy crap. See all news and awards. Rewards. Holy crap, why don't Microsoft just give me a couple of those billions a year? I will not mind it at all. I will even share some of the wealth with you guys and girls out there. Just give me, 1 million a year, or 1 billion a year, sorry. And I will make Microsoft videos and promote Microsoft till I die for 1 billion a year. No problem whatsoever. I will lick Bill Gates' hairy fucking ass for 1 billion a year. Quantum computing. So I'm a little bit in the camp of being excited about it, and it's a fairy tale that will never happen. So there's a lot of theories going on in quantum computing. Something has gotten into fruition and are being showcased, but let me put it this way, I love the idea, I like what they are thinking about with it. I can see why it's a thing that they are researching in. But you can't test quantum technology. So it's something like that. Like if you try to test the technology, you're just the fact that you're looking at it will influence the outcome of the test. So it's hard to basically test it if it actually works. So until there's like a full-blown quantum computing doing the exact same thing as my computer is doing right now, I'm not really like sold 100%. It's also a little bit like string theory, It's like I'm excited about it, but I'm also hesitant about it. Yeah, now we're going into like science and stuff like that, and a lot of science, especially like stuff like that, like theoretic science. Well, that's in the name, you're theorizing a lot. You're making a lot of theories, and until you can prove or disprove it, it's just a theory. And as far as I understand it with quantum computing, it's a lot of theory. A lot of theory. So Windows subsystem for Linux you can only install under Windows. You cannot install it on any other distribution. Only Windows. So yeah, it's like I like the ideas, I like the theory behind it, and I just like I want to see it before I believe it. Used Windows subsystem for Linux. I have dabbled with it, and I have friends that use it on a daily basis. And I think most of the popular distributions you can install there, but it's not like you're not getting this here. Like you're not getting this here. This is not what you're getting. You're more or less right now only getting this here. This is what most, like, the vast majority of people are using Windows subsystem for Linux for, is stuff like this here, the command line. They are making it so that you can, there are people out there that have run XFCE from Windows subsystem for Linux. And they want to make it so that you can run GUI application from Windows subsystem for Linux. With sound and everything that comes with it. It's just not like production ready or what you will call it yet. You can still run some programs with GUI interfaces and whatnot. Yeah, they do have GUI apps as well, but as far as I understand, it's not like working that well. It's like some programs works and some programs don't. It's not like we could just type VLC and then it will, it will just work. Yeah, it needs a lot of work still. I'm actually digging this layout here with this bar here and this bar down here. This could probably be my default KDE layout. Is it 100% practical? Am I losing pixels? Yeah. I'm kind of okay with it. I think it looks nice. Sometimes it's okay to date a stupid girl. But if she's hot. Like Linux on Chrome OS. Yeah, something to that. Yeah, something to that nature, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I actually think SSHX forwarding is better. It probably supports more applications than Windows subsystem for Linux right now. But the idea is that Microsoft wants you to be able to run any Linux application from Windows subsystem for Linux. Again, making Linux on the desktop mute. Because if you want to run Linux applications, you can do it within Windows. Why would you then want to install Linux when you can get everything that Windows provides you and everything Linux provides you in one box? Why would you? Why would you? I coded with Windows Subsystem Linux for a week. I'm a Windows developer. Why should I use Windows Subsystem for Linux? How to fix what went wrong? I installed GUI Desktop in Windows Subsystem for Linux. Windows Subsystem for Linux. What the heck is Windows Subsystem? Windows 11. Oh, this don't technically this is a fucking troll. Networking tutorial on how to. Why I switched to from Windows to Linux? Oh, that's not what I want. Yeah, I want GUI applications. Yeah, this dude here, he's a little bit of a fanboy. He's a great coder, but a little bit of a fanboy. There are more people than you think that have gone from Linux to Windows Subsystem for Linux than there probably are that have gone from Windows to Linux because of Windows Subsystem for Linux. That would be the day I format my Linux partition. It will come. That's their goal. If you really think about it, what is Windows Subsystem for Linux? Well, it's Microsoft trying to make people not need a Linux desktop. So, people are not going away from Windows. Because there's a lot of developers developing for Linux. So they needed a Linux distribution. Well, they don't anymore with Windows Subsystem for Linux. So that means that we don't have a lot of developers using Linux desktop, which means that there's not a lot of people that want to bug fix desktop environments and stuff like that because they're not using it. I'm rooting for them, yeah. So you will probably see a decline in desktop development at some point because why should we care about KDE and GNOME when most of the developers are not using KDE and GNOME? They're just using the command line under Windows. What you could see is probably more development efforts put into LibreOffice and stuff like that, you know. Yeah, Windows attacked our Windows Subsystem for Linux. Yeah. Like, I'm not... Yeah, I can see that, I can get that, I understand that, but Linux has also been attacked over SSH. You know, Linux has been attacked over Wine. If you get what I'm saying here, like, you will never get the perfect secure operating system. I can make your operating system so secure that nobody can access it from the outside. Nobody. And it will take you 10 seconds. I can even show it. I can make this Linux install. This here right now. The most secure operating system in the world in a couple of seconds. I turn off the network. I turn off the network. I unplug the cable from the wall. That's the only way you can get a secure operating system. No matter what the fuck you're running, Mac OS, Linux, Windows, iOS, Android. If you really want that, if you want to live in the world that Linux users think they live in, you have to unplug your connection to the wall. Then nobody can get to your system. Is it like, should they fix it? Of course. Should we just be like, oh well, it's no biggie. Of course we should be like, fix this. This should not be a thing. And of course we should be vigilant around that. If there's security holes, we need to be vocal about them fixing security problems. And they should not be allowed and stuff like that. But the reality is that, you know, you better be in a fairy day cage. Yeah. And basically smash your fucking computer so nobody can find it again. But yeah, it's this whole thing that Linux users, they think that, oh my god, we are this like select few people that have like a wall of awesomeness behind us and a shield of Linux, and we are secure and protected. No, you're really not. You really are not. Your system is not. So here's the thing. A lot of breaches nowadays is not like there was in the 90s. They are you. You are the fucking weak point. You click on something you shouldn't have been clicked on. You have weak passwords. You know, you are fucking up. You're the reason most of the time why you have a virus to begin with. Because you fucked up. And then you can make an argument that, well, Windows kind of protects itself more from the user than Linux does. macOS even more. So it's harder for the user to fuck up. Is that making it more secure then? If you are the weakest link? That's why you see a lot of the things you see with macOS and Windows. It's because they're trying to protect themselves against you. Where Linux, they don't really protect itself from the user. So if the user is the majority of reasons why we have problems with software is because of the user, and they are not protecting itself from that attack vector, is that just a massive security hole waiting to be exploited? I don't know. I think it's a good argument to be made, to be honest. That the more you lock down the system, or the more you protect the user or the system from the user, you're also making it more secure. Because you can't fuck it up. And again, we are the reason why a lot of the problems we have under, at least like malware and phishing and all of that fucking shit, that's because of us. We click stuff, we go to sites we should not be going on to, and all of that fucking shit. We are the idiots behind the screen. You know, that's why we ask, is it a Arrow 40? You know, is the problems because of the idiot that sits 40 centimeters away from the screen? Is that the problem? Or is it an operating system or software problem? And a lot of times in today's world, it's the user that fucks up the system. Sadly enough. Because you can only do so much to protect a system against user stupidity. And you can have all the firewalls in the world, you can have all the virus scanners in the world, you can harden all your system to the world, but if you click one wrong fucking link on the internet, it's all gone. Everything is gone. Because they probably have thousands of exploits ready to being tested. Oh, okay, you are protected against that exploit. What about that exploit? What about that exploit? And at some point they will find an exploit you have not updated a piece of software, or forgot a hole in the firewall, or config file set the period in the wrong place, or you know, there will be somewhere that you forgot something. Or the operating system has not been upgraded yet to protect against this. So they will find a fucking loophole. Like the most secure... What makes the operating system more secure is an informed user. The smarter you are using the software, the more protected you are. And that goes for any operating system. It's just what operating system protects itself more than the other one from the user. And that, of course, is Windows and macOS. Why the Linux community is against TPM? Does it not work for Linux, only for... I don't think it works under Linux yet. I don't know. I haven't checked into it. But it's a good argument. But why they are against it is because... Here's how I look at it. Had Linus Torvalds said that version 6.5 of the Linux kernel could only run on TPM certified hardware or hardware that supports TPM because of security. 99% of the Linux user base would be yelling and screaming of joy about, look how much we take security seriously here on the Linux side. Look what we now demand of the hardware to help you be more secure on your system. We are the ones doing security measurements, tactics and stuff like that. But because it comes from Microsoft, they hate it. That's why. Is it an irritation? Yes. But security is never convenient. Security can't be convenient. The more convenient you are, the less secure you are. It's a fact. So again, had Linus Torvalds said that the kernel can only work with TPM, I would guess most of the Linux community would be fucking clapping themselves on the back and pointing fingers at Mac OS and Windows and laugh at them for not taking security that seriously and stuff like that, because they are doing it. We now demand hardware encryption and stuff like that. Just look at how many Linux users want you to encrypt your hard drive as a home user. But because Windows does it, it's bad. There's a meme where you see a flock of people pointing at another flock of people in flames, where it says, look, Windows did a bad thing, and then you see their own people in flames and they're saying nothing about it. Linux people are really good at pointing fingers at others and judging them for doing things that they're doing themselves. But it's okay if we do it, but it's not okay if they do it. And it comes down to tribalism and just a default hate to everything that Microsoft does. Everything Microsoft does is by default hate. Microsoft could cure cancer, and the Linux people would still be fucking mad about it. Windows could cure hunger in the world. Linux people would still be mad about it. Because it was Microsoft or Apple. Which is really, really fucking bad. Sure, but even if more mail was introduced to Linux, I think it's fair to say that in general Linux users are more aware and tech-savvy than Windows and Mac users. Not really. Not really. You have to think about how big of a percentage of the Linux user base are tech-savvy versus how big of a percentage of the Windows user base are tech-savvy. And it will probably be the same. Most people under Windows know how to use Windows and what not to do. Most people under Windows understand these kind of things. Again, it's an argument that's made out of that we need to find things that make Linux look better. And that is not a good argument for that. Because tech-savvy people do stupid shit. Ask your tech-savvy friends of how many of them are using pirated software. Or have. If you're a tech-savvy person, you should know never to do that. Because it's one of the fastest ways to introduce foreign code into your system. Because you're doing something that a lot of malicious people are counting on. That you want cheap shit or free shit. So, just because you're tech savvy don't mean that you're security minded. Again, I have seen system administrators set servers up every fucking day. Being like, yeah, I forgot to close this thing on the firewall and now I have to deal with a fucking virus outbreak in the server farm. They still make mistakes. They still fuck up. Do they fuck more up than your mom? Probably not. But they still fuck up. Sadly enough. Just because you know what's going... Like, mechanics that know how to fix a car, they still fucking also break cars, Oh, dropped a wrench. Oh, my jacket is in the fucking flywheel today. They still fuck things up once in a while. And here's another thing, being tech-savvy, it's too general of a term. Because you may be a great coder, but you have no idea how an operating system works. if you're not coding for an operating system. You may be a great system administrator, but you have no idea how to code or look at code. Like advanced code like you see in kernel stuff and stuff like that. You may know how to set up a phone or set up a computer for your mom, but that don't mean that you know much about security. What you should ask is how many security experts on Windows and Mac OS and Linux are there? They would know stuff like that. If you are coder, that don't make you a security expert. That don't make you in tune with the exploits of the world. That don't even... Just because you can code Python or C++ or C or whatever the fuck you're coding, don't mean that you know what to look for in exploits. Because you don't know the software that you're looking at. There's so many things that goes into security. Like, there's a reason why they... Hey, Calorie... There's a reason why security people are being paid so much money, and that it's a field in of itself. It's because it's a speciality within the tech world that to be a security expert you need to know a fucking lot, and you need to be only a security expert in a lot of instances because it's so fucking advanced. It's so hard. Like, it's really hard to be a security expert. Some would say that even security experts are not even security experts. Because, yeah, in reality, when you're... I'm not a security expert, of course, but most of the time, what you are doing as a security expert is you're playing cat and mouse a lot of times. It's the bad people of the world that actually are at front. And then they find, most of the time, exploits, and you fix them. You fix it when it's too late already. It's a fascinating world. It's a world I wish I had the brains to be in. Because it's fascinating, but oh my god, you need to be on the ball, man. Like, if you are security experts, in quotes, hey, Arnis, and you get a virus in a server, you're the first one they're fucking yelling at. You're the first one they're yelling at. If you are the designated security expert. And you better have some fucking good answers, man. I do like this setup I have here. We do Apache security on cPanel systems on CentOS and Alma. That's how specialized we are. Anything else? Yeah, exactly. Like, one or two systems that's almost identical, and only those systems. I really, like, if I was 20 years old, I would probably study cybersecurity. Because for lack of a better word, if you're studying cybersecurity, you're basically the cops of the internet. You know, hackers and people like that are the bad guys, and you are the cop. I've always been fascinated about that, but I'm almost 40 years old and stupid as a doorknob, but yeah. In Germany, you need a lot of security certifications in network security to work in the area. Yeah, exactly. And that means that just because you know technology and are tech savvy, don't mean that you are then a secure user. I have personally talked to Linux people that are really smart people that are doing stupid fucking things. You look at Chris Titus Tech, Distro, they're doing a lot of things that could potentially harm them security-wise. I had a neighbor who coded for IBM cash machines. He was not very savvy when it came to using Windows. Exactly. Markus Steiner was that's next there. Oh, don't speak German. Me not understand the German language. Ja, mein Führer. Me not so German. I do like some German sausages. Not the mangines, but the ones you buy in a jar. I'm digging this paradigm a lot. It's not the most optimized fucking workspace, but it's fucking sexy. This almost makes me want to fucking uninstall Windows right now. Until I have to do real work and I figure out I can't do it under Linux, but I just wish this was not a bug down here. This irritates me a little bit, and I don't know if this will automatically expand. And you get that blue fucking thingy down here once in a while. I do fucking like it, man. Oh, Olympic weightlifter. Yeah, I kinda got that, but I didn't know that the Gewesthaber, what the fuck, how you say it, is weightlifter. Maybe he is a weightlifter, you don't know. Also, is there not a bodybuilder called Steiner or something like that? Close that one. And you would be happy to know that we are under Tumbleweed. Well, we should be anyway. Yeah, we are under Tumbleweed. Yeah, Tumbleweed is great. I do like Tumbleweed. Is there any updates? I updated it like 3 hours ago or something like that. Let's see if there's any updates. Nope, there's no updates. It is close to Christmas, so they may be slowing down. I do kind of want to download and compile the LTS kernel and then install it under Tumbleweed just to have a backup kernel. Oh, didn't want to do that. Yeah, this is the only thing that I don't really like, is this, like, you get this fat boy fucking bar up here when you're full screening applications, but I can kind of live with that. I can kind of live with that. Okay, it's a choppy boy up here. No, Microsoft will never be Linux. So for Microsoft to be Linux, here's what needs to be done. Every software company out there that supports Microsoft has to rewrite their code. Everyone. Or they need to do what Apple is doing, making a compatibility layer like Rosetta for probably 1,000 times more software than Apple has. It's just an undertaking that can't be done. Well, it can be done, but it would be like, imagine going to Photoshop, Adobe, Autodesk, and say, you know, this billion-dollar company thing that you are building your software that you're building your billion-dollar company around, yeah, it needs to be rewritten from scratch now. So that's 20 years of code you need to fucking rewrite. Or we need to make a compatibility layer that probably will make your software buggy as fuck, unstable as fuck, for a long period of time. It's just way more convenient, way easier to keep Windows being Windows. It's just this. Could we have like a dual kernel kind of thing? Probably. But that's kind of what we have with Windows Subsystem for Linux. If you think about it. It's kind of a dual kernel thing. Because within Linux, Windows, you have a really, really optimized, hypervised version of Linux. Absolute love, Katie. Just wish it has this stability. It does. If you run the LTS versions of KDE, you will get the stability. Here, LTS version. You will get the capability. Kaline's fact is very beautiful. They combine with open source. It's very cool. Yeah, imagine if you could install DEs on Windows. Well, with Windows Subsystem for Linux and the way that they, like I said, people have run XFCE from Windows Subsystem for Linux. So it's not far from it. I run Tumbleweed with Wayland and Nvidia and have problems with playing videos on Firefox. Only Firefox and or also Chrome. Yeah, I can do the same as I do with this panel down here, CT, where it can overlap it, and then I can just hover over it. But I don't know if I want to do the same thing with that panel up there. I may do it, I don't know, because it's not that big of a problem for me, to be honest. But I may do it also. I'm not that fussed. Let me put it this way: it's not that big of a problem for me, to be honest. Because the only time I want things in full screen mode is when I'm editing pictures or movies. So for those few programs, I may just allow those programs to overlap. And those programs, at least under Windows, DaVinci Resolve, you can make that into full screen, basically overlapping the taskbar. But yeah, it may not be the... for what I'm doing with Linux, it's not that big of a problem. Do the same thing doing with this one down here. Let it... yeah, but I don't know. I may do it. I may do it. But yeah, if you run the LTS versions of Plasma, you get a really stable release. Or run the Debian edition, Debian stable. Debian stable and Plasma is fucking amazingly stable. So when did this Plasma come out? Yeah, I think it's every February they do a new LTS release. But I don't know what distribute do. Do we have that under here under Tumbleweed? Or I don't think you can use older version of Plasma. No. It's 26.3. Everything is 26.3. Because Tumbleweed believes in the philosophy of everything should be rolling, everything, even the kernel. You can't get an LTS kernel. No, that's not even. Yeah, so for me, Tumbleweed is one of those systems where it's death by 1,000 paper cuts. They are doing so many great things. And then there's this little thing here that's irritating. Then there's that little thing that's irritating. Then there's that little thing that's irritating. That any other distribution just don't have. They just don't have it. And then it's up to you, can I live with those small irritations or can I not? You know, yeah, like if you want to have a software center running, you have to install package kits. But the backend for zipper and package kits, they're conflicting with each other, so it gets massively slow. So you have to choose, do you want this experience here, or do you want GNOME software or Discover? You know, there's so many, like, small things where it's like, I can do this, and there's a lot of great things with OpenSUSE, but it's all of these small, it's really weird. It's like having like this amazing Mercedes S-Class, and then you have seats from the fucking 80s in it. Or you have this amazing house, but in the middle of the living room, there's a hobo with a tent in it. You know, or not a hobo with a tent in him, but a tent with a hobo in it. Like everything, like the 1,000 fucking square, you know, meters of amazing house with swimming pool and all of that, but we have a hobo living in one of the rooms. And the garden is always needs to be, you know, to be cut. It's not like massively fucking irritating things. I mean, you can kind of live with the hobo because you don't really see him that much. You may smell him once in a while, but you have like 1,000 square foot fucking house. Who cares if there's a hobo in one of the rooms? But and then another room has like a crooked door, you know. It's those small little fucking irritating things that, like, I love Tumbleweed, I love using it, but the more I use it, I then find, oh, this is a fucking idiot. Why are they doing it this way? Oh my god, I have to configure the shit out of it to get this little irritation out of it. And then I'm like, well, Fedora just do all of these things by default. All of these small irritations I don't have under Fedora or Arch. So it's like, but then it's like, oh, they really did test their packages. It's really stable. They update sometimes faster than us. So they have all of these pros and those small cons. And it's like, And yeah, you want to love it, but it's really fucking hard to love it. Yeah, exactly, CG. That's why I want to, like, have a LTS kernel. So I don't understand why they don't. Well, it's because it's their philosophy that nothing should be standing still. But just from a stability standpoint, have an LTS kernel. Have the LTS kernel repos. Because if shit goes wrong, you have a backup plan. But they are so confident in their ability to make a distribution that they are like, yep, nothing is ever. You don't need an LTS kernel as a backup. You don't need it. And to me, that's a little bit like, yeah, get over yourself, bro. Come on, like, Tumbleweed is great. You do a lot of testing to it, but like, when I run Manjaro, I have both the current kernel and the LTS kernel, and sometimes I have had to run the LTS kernel to fix a problem. Just putting it out there. When it comes to the kernel, you need some form of a backup. Or you need to use Snapper to roll back to a previous install. But then you're stuck in that, you know, you get, oh, remember there's updates, you know, you're stuck in that previous state of Tumbleweed with the bugs that comes with that previous state and the security issues that comes with that previous state. Because Tumbleweed can't update security patches only. You can do that with Fedora. If you don't want new features, but only security updates, you can do that with Fedora. That's really neat. Like, it's actually really neat that you can do that. Now I want to boot into Fedora because I'm really hyped about Fedora right now. So let's update Fedora before I have to go, and I just got fucking cramp in my titties. My man titties are cramping up, probably because I haven't eaten anything today. Yeah, exactly. I do the same. I do the same. And you could say, well, Ubuntu only have one kernel, but what Ubuntu does is they tend to stay with that kernel, you know, to make sure that it's updated and stuff like that. You know, they stick to one kernel version per release to combat these issues. But yeah, there's just all these small irritations with the OpenSUSE tumbleweed that just makes me like, I really, 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 really want to fucking love it to heaven and back. But there's always a but. A but here, a but there, where I don't have those bots under Kubuntu or Fedora or Arch. Well, Arch I have other bots, but it's not as many bots as it is under Tumbleweed. The bots I have with Arch is the AUR, and the fact that they don't know what the fuck they're doing half of the time with Arch Linux, like the developers. Oh, you have to manually intervene here and there and all that. It's just a fucking bad experience, if you ask me. So, I love OpenSUSE, but if I should run Linux, it would probably be either Kubuntu or Fedora with KDE on top of it. One of those distributions. So why don't we set up Fedora as we set up XFCE or not XFCE, the good old OpenSUSE install. So oh my god, I need to write Windows can cover, translucent. Why can't I resize it? What have I done wrong? Oh, there you go. So we need a widget that's called peak. There you go. And we need time. There you go. And we need system tray. What else do we have up here? Notification. Do I want this? Disk and devices? Nah, I want notifications. And then I want update, right? Yeah, update. Eh? Clipboard, we have that also. I have that. What application is that? Oh, it's in the system tray. Ah, gotcha. Okay, so we need this one here to be translucent, which is actually really is the theme that I'm using. I have themed this though. Yeah, so updates is in here. So I need to open this here and entries, and we need to do updates always shown, apply, okie dokie pokey. Oh, I forgot to make it into this whole hover thingy, Meduski. Where did I do that? I can't remember how I did that. Oh, floating, there you go. Well, and now it's fucking up with this thing here again. We were stuck with the latest. Yeah. Look at this. Look at this, peeps. This still fucking irritates the living shit out of me, but... To be honest, I actually never used this one. So what happens if I remove it? No, it's not digital clock, I want. Oh, go away. What happens if I remove this one? I see now that's working. So it's only the show desktop. I could have that up here though. Updates are available. Yes, my friend, I will look into it. I shall not disappoint you. But first, I must customize. You can snap it back to an older kernel. Yeah, you can use if you're using BTRFS or you're using another upgrading tool. You can snap back to previous versions. You could also just be doing this. I do like me some Fedora though. Now this is bugging me a little bit. So icons, align, arrange, left to right. Yeah, why is it? See, they're overlapping a little bit there. Let's do type. Is this why? Yeah, that's why. Okay, I just needed to resize the panel. Okay, gotcha. So if I then put them back over there to do a little bit more of a Apple-esque kind of thing, because this is how I normally like it on the KDE. Look how fucking brilliant we are, people. We should fucking get design awards or something like that. So let me show you guys and girls and aliens and robots. Also, I'm using ZSH on the Fedora. I need to set that up on the Tumbleweed also. So, if you just want to do only security updates and patches for Fedora, you do this sudo dnf up -min, I think it is. Yeah. So right now I have 17 packages to update. These are only packages with security updates. So what if I do a normal update? Now we have more packages, so we need to update the VirtualBox Guest Edition, Vivaldi Stable, and stuff like that. So let's say you're running Fedora, right, and you like the current version of the software. So Vivaldi is great, everything is just okay, this is working perfectly. You know, I don't want a newer kernel on this. You know, I don't want newer version of Firefox and stuff like that. I want to wait to like, I will do like a full-blown upgrade of my system every week or every month, and then between the full-blown upgrades, I press no, by the way. So let's say every Sunday you do a full-blown distribute or upgrade to Fedora. You know, everything that's new version of everything is getting upgraded. And then every morning or stuff like that, you could just do sudo dnf up-min. So if there's a security patch and stuff like that, you are still secure and you're patched, but you're not getting the newer versions of the software that you need. So you would do something like this. So Vivaldi, for example, is not going to be updated. I actually forgot I had that installed. Because the update to Vivaldi is not a security update, it's a feature update. So you like the current version of whatever software that's getting upgraded also. You know, you like the state of Fedora as it is, and you want to keep it like this, and you only want security updates. Running it a little bit more as a traditional point release, if you get what I'm saying, or coming at here. Because Fedora is in this little weird fucking middle ground between rolling and static release. Some of the components is rolling, some of the components are static, and yeah, that's why some people think it's a rolling release when it's really not. So you can actually run this as you would run Ubuntu that only gets security patches to the software, for most of the software, until the next version of Ubuntu. Or Debian runs in this fashion. You're only getting security updates and patches and bug fixes for Debian until the next version of Debian. So you're running the same in desktop environment until the next version. I think depends a little bit on what software it is again. It's a little bit gray area. Everything is fucking gray areas. So we can do this here and then do just so we're upgrading CPP, GCC, some libraries, Vim, and what have you not. Or we could just go full blown and do QWOP. I don't think that was in it before. So we went from 17 to 29 packages now. So a lot of people don't know this about DNF, but you have a lot of tools. DNF is actually really powerful. That's what I'm trying to say. Also, I need to set the clock to military time instead of the fucking PM and AM shit. But yeah, it didn't take long to set up KDE. I think this is my new setup with KDE, man. I'm really digging this. So let's reboot. Let's just see what's going on here. You can see here I can roll back to all the way back to Fedora 35. That's the original install of Fedora that I have on here. Fedora is fucking amazing. Not going to lie. Here we are, peeps. What version of KDE are we running here? So same version as under Tumbleweed. A little bit newer kernel also. Nice. Nice. Me happy boy. I can't even fucking remember. I haven't like really looked at this forever. I think this is an update script that I has. Yeah, this is like my plan for how to do this. Also, I think I have. I thought I had my dev folder in here, but I don't. I can't fucking remember what distribution I have that on now. Oh, Kubuntu, that's right. I need to update Kubuntu. Yeah, this is how to install. I need to make a script how to install RPM Fusion. What is this? That's to install ZSH. Awesome. What so I need to change this here? Oh. Need to clean this shit up over here. There's a lot of things I need to on. There's like K-Connect needs to get rid of. Oh, there's so much shit I need to install here. Yeah, there's so much shit I need to install. I think it reinstalled all of this when I did a system upgrade from 36 to 37. Okay, that's at least looking somewhat normal. Here's the web UI preview of Anaconda. What's new? What's new? What's new? Release party. Party, party, party. Like Fedora magazine, like it's an amazing, like if you just want general Linux know-how, it's their articles are fucking amazing in here. You know, here, manage containers and stuff like that. You can actually learn a lot. So this is how the new install is going to look like. Nice. Anaconda. OS build composer. Compose yourself. Why have I never fucking looked at this before? Why the fuck have I never looked at this before? Build pipelines for operating system artifacts. Interesting. What the fuck happened there? Is that the song that's like that? So are they using Kickstarter? What are they doing? Yeah, here's the Kickstarter. Interesting. So this is basically how they rebuild or do distributions, I guess. It's heavily active. Yeah. Interesting. Redesign quick settings. Oh, that's GNOME. It is like GNOME do look great. It's starting to look better than it used to. It's looking a lot like Mac OS though. Device security. Okay. That's interesting. Of course, there's new wallpapers. Interesting. I kind of like this. I actually really dig this. Kind of make me want to test out the Fedora GNOME just to see what this is about. Imperfect information. Balancing time and quality. What is the right... yeah, whatever. Desktop improvement. Yeah, GNOME is not bad. It's still not my favorite, but it's not. It's gotten a long way since its initial release in 03. Release parties. There any fucking hot chicks? Installer interface preview. I think we already looked at that. The Fedora... what? Museum? Are you going crazy? Yeah, whatever. No, I don't want to fucking have... okay. YouTube, what are you doing on YouTube? Wow. That's not many subscribers. Why don't you have more subscribers? What's wrong with you? How many subscribers do Ubuntu have? How much do OMG Ubuntu have? But don't Ubuntu have their own fucking channel? Yeah, they do. Oh, well. Yeah, it's almost like 10 times as many subscribers than... They're quite active also. Ubuntu is a neat system though. I like how the CEO is still sorry. The CEO is still massively active in the project. Oh, it crashes. I have not had problems with it at all. Yeah, I run it in a VM also. I can show it to you before I stop. What VM software are you using? This should be the one. Yeah, VirtualBox. What version? 7.0 or 6 series? Yeah, I'm up and running. 7 something, so it's the same like me then. This is my Ubuntu install. Wait, does this have that security thing in Meduski, or is it only under Fedora? Yeah, it looks like it's only under Fedora. I'm actually on Wayland. GNOME version, not available. What the fuck is wrong with you? Yeah, I don't have that security thingy. I know there's an update. Huh. Interesting. System settings. Well, what kind of system settings are you trying to change? Why is that white now? What the fuck happened? Wait, what? Huh? What the fuck happened here? Huh? I fucking hate no. Oh, I run this for hours with no problem. Oh, we have a firmware update. Oh, well. I'm more thinking about that it could be graphic card driver do you use in VirtualBox? Because that can sometimes have a really big difference in how your experience with Windows Linux is in VirtualBox. And some distributions you need to choose not. Let me put it this way: not all distributions are using the drivers the same way. So what works for one may not work for the other. Oh, we still have this fucking theming problem with snap packages. Don't show this again. Get away. Yeah, let's see what I'm using. Yeah, the same. Yeah, it's the same. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why is it doing this? Should all be black. Let's try and restart this socket and see what's happening. I'm just going back to Fedora then. There you go. No, it's still white. Why is it not black? Huh. I am confused. Yeah, so I never liked the default version of Ubuntu. I always ran either the XFCE version or the KDE version of Ubuntu. They are by far the best versions of Ubuntu. By far. But anyway, I need to get some food. I'm about to starve myself to death here. So thanks everyone for stopping by. See you all later. Have a great rest of the weekend. And yeah, I'll talk to you guys later. Bye-bye.